welcome. How y'all doing today? Wow, hope y'all doing today. Yep, I'm sleeping. I knew I wasn't drinking my coffee. But damn, I didn't know it was that bad. Hold on, wait. I had no idea it was that bad, man. No coffee, but coffee, no coffee. You feel me? I made my coffee, I just haven't been drinking it. I think I gotta use the bathroom. Yo, Clef. Chaos, how y'all doing? I'm trying to see if I want to use my camera. Cause I'm gonna be smoking. Put it back on the home. Put the name of the song. Bad bitch, then my bed in the thong, bro. Niggas in chrome. I got y'all. Give me a second. Give me a second. All right, hold on. Hey, chat. It's time. We changed the song. You feel me? Changed the vibe. I know this the music we listened to when we first started streaming up. Anyway. How's everybody doing today? Alright, hold on. Hey, chat. Y'all good? Well, I hear my voice. Should I use the camera today? Red place stacked high, holding back the noise. And I haven't decided what we're gonna do for like the pre-stream stuff. I could continue editing if y'all want like quick pre-stream. Cause I'm damn near at the end of the not necessarily like snipping, but technically snipping, but I didn't like take the pieces out that I snipped. I'm just going through the entire thing, snipping it. And then I'm gonna re-go through it and take out all the snips, and that should allow me to mitigate any errors and shit like that. So that's kind of how it doesn't matter to me. I'm indifferent about being on camera, being off camera. If I feel like smoking, I'm gonna cut my camera off. It's crazy because someone said they don't even know how I look, and I know I put my face on this channel at least once. If you didn't see it, you know, so that's on you. But I know I put my face, my actual face, on this channel at least once. I got my little cool bar bun. You feel me? Near the back door, writing the gospel that nobody ever saw before. I see the grime and the grace and the perfect blend. I got my little cool bar bun happening right now. Y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know. It's the cool bar bun. You feel me? Y'all don't even know right now. And it's crazy because I'm basically on my 4th reread of Ordeal. I actually forgot to put this into the group for it. A prayer without a sound. In the space between the walls, spirit rising up where the evening shadow falls. No pulpit, no script, just the gravity of the soul, giving back the pieces to the one. All right, so how do y'all feel? What do y'all want for the pre-stream? If it's anything y'all want me to talk about, like ordeal wise, it's best to have it now for like the prelude, you feel me, the pre-stream, you feel me, before we actually get into what we're doing for the day. The Neo Soul definitely put me in my bag before a stream. I'm not gonna lie to you. I still got this editing program open. Okay, so I'm at 32 minutes. And then the video is 38 minutes. Okay, I'm literally almost done. Snippet doesn't really take that long no more. I figured out the sauce. Like, my process is a lot more complicated than Jay's process for editing, but granted, we use different programs. The program I use is the one they use to make movies. I don't want to talk about that. It's not really nothing to talk about. Like, if we had something for their character, I'll be more open to it. But because we don't have nothing for their character itself, it's harder to assume what their talent is. Especially because the talent and the soul is interwoven. Hold on. The engine is humming a song about getting there fast, but I'm interested in the rhythm that's built to last. I see the knuckles tight on the steering wheel, forgetting the texture of exactly how the minutes feel. Edit the rest of this video, and then we can get started. It's gonna probably take me like 20 minutes. Don't move for the electric sign. It follows the gravity that's older than the city line. Switching between the stop and the long stride. Biological beat that the machine can't hide. And then we'll cut the camera on. Walking the frequency along the dotted white line. Don't. Don't rush the count, stay in. So when I be telling you, oh yeah, I'll be editing by the millisecond, it's usually like this, like that big. You see the individual seconds as the whole lines right here. Okay, this shouldn't take no time. But I know next week I'm gonna be working on this video. I already told y'all what it was. I made my decision. At first I was gonna talk about it like in the streaming format, but because I know so much about Naruto, I think it'd be better if I actually script out this video, because I basically know a lot about Ordeal. You feel me? I know a lot about Naruto. So on Reddit, it's this thing where people said that the Ordeal verse would beat the Shinobi Alliance, and it's just like, I don't see how they even got to that conclusion. Like, the community really upscales Ordeal for some reason. I see the laundry lines dancing on a lower floor. Reminders of a weight I don't have to carry anymore. The ego is a map that I finally folded and put away. Watching the borderlines of the me start to turn to gray. Oh, and we have the aspect of sex. The horizon is wide. I was given. Looking at the cage from the place where it's forgiven. Small lights, big shadows, and the space in between. Becoming the silence in the middle of the scene. So How did you enjoy the video, the map dissection video clips, Chaos, if you watched it? That can never make the story whole. I see the office lights burning like a fever in the dark, searching for a fire where there isn't even a spark. The higher I climb, the less I have to prove, losing the need for the fast and the desperate. What's my phone then? I always lose that damn thing. Okay, it's in my pocket this time. It's not about the height, it's about the scale of the eye. Trading the mind for a piece of the charcoal sky. The horizon is wide, and the name was given. Okay, I want to use my phone to keep up with chat. Okay. I suppose we think about. Okay. So do y'all really want to talk about jury? I have a thumbnail for it, I guess. So like, if y'all want to talk about jury, we can. Yeah, because I was gonna drop the map video like all in one, but I know people's not gonna really want to watch something that fucking long. It's damn near 2.5 hours. When I really started to like lock in on editing, stuff like this used to take me a long time to do. I kind of know like my sentence structure, how I talk, the pauses and stuff in between sentences or during the sentence to breathe, whatever. A skeleton of a ladder outside the common race. I'm taking the zig when the world expects the zag, refusing to let the spirit or the shoulders sag. Because I was actually supposed to start, the only thing I was supposed to do this week, I was going to drop that video, and then I was going to do that, and then I'm thinking about the concept for the Shinobi Alliance versus Ordeal, and I think I figured out how I wanted to do it. And I think it's gonna increase my ability as not only an editor but a storyteller and a persuasive essay writer. They're in the glass boxes pressing buttons for the top, afraid of the moment when the gears might stop. But I got the count of every single rail, a different kind of story that the shiny can't tell. The air gets thinner, but the vision gets wide. Nothing to prove and nowhere to hide. It's a vertical truth in a horizontal world, watching the flag of the ego get slowly furled, step by step on the architecture of the climb. Finding the rhythm outside the standard time. Not the elevator, but the bone and the breath. Escaping the static and the cultural death. No, it's a heat warning. What is it, over 100 degrees? Higher than the crown. In the hand, taking a stand. So then I'm gonna export this video. I gotta record an intro and the outro. After that, I don't think again, the map is a discussion video. It's not really a piece for me to be editing. 35:30. I'm literally almost done. See, big ass gap right here. Take that out. Take out the gap. Take out the gap. Gap, gap. And that's literally all you do. But audio editing is you just essentially want to take out the gaps to make it one cohesive thought. That's why it sounds like I be talking without stopping. And sometimes I'll leave a gap in there to give your brain a break. So you can be like, oh, okay, that's a complete thought. So I can keep that little gap. That's most likely like and see, big ass, long ass gap. We're literally almost done, see? In the center, in the middle of the race. Eat that. 36.25. Because once I end the stream, all I'm going to do is just all the gaps that I found throughout the entirety of this video, I'm going to delete it, push it together. Alright, honestly, I could do the rest. Under this lamp, the air feels different and thick. A moment of steady in every single nervous tick. I should probably check on these kids. Use the restroom. Alright, now this is y'all time to go get y'all snacks. You feel me? Long distance call back to the core of the self. As y'all see, I'm constantly saving this motherfucker because I'm the fact that this is my third time editing this shit is making me mad. I'm not gonna lie to you. The fact that I've edited this video through. It's making me mad. I'm not gonna lie to you. Move that out of my face. Do I want to? Let me see. Because I didn't set this camera up at all. That's great. You see, this is the same we was playing Lies of P on. But this is not going to be the channel that we continue to play through on. You feel me? That we had like 63 deaths. And so since this is another channel, I don't blame you 3 times. Nigga, I tried. I'm not gonna lie to you, Clips. It was like, I stayed up all night Friday. And then like midday Saturday, that shit happened. So I'm like, okay, I can trick my brain into doing it, but I need to go to sleep first. I went to sleep. It was 3 o'clock. I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I said, yeah, this video ain't coming out. There ain't shit coming out. I ain't gonna bat with you. I tried. I really did. That's how I'm like, I'm gonna just stream. We're just gonna stream a game or something because I would rather have something so that way we keep that, you know what I'm saying, that momentum. But even then, I still feel like I dropped the ball in that, so you know what I'm saying, sorry guys. But man, nigga, 3 times, nigga. The first, my battery backup went out, so I didn't even save it. I was at like 16 minutes. I didn't even save it. Second time, I got to 23 minutes. And it was like a brief power outage. Like it wasn't even like a real power. It was like a bleep, like when you turn the light on and off. Right. the structure will rust everyone's
and then this time. That's how I'm just like, yeah, I'm just gonna save it. I'm just gonna save it. Whatever the fuck I touch, I'm just save it. Because at this point,
the heart, it don't answer to the market rate. I'm catching the whisper that the screaming forgot.
Man, I really do wish that Webtoons had like a black mode, dark mode. This white thing shit be killing my background.
One steady frequency in a world of many, valuing the silence more than the penny.
This is what we're gonna do.
Dramatic, the truth is a secret if you can't keep it.
I feel like I'm just like, really got one with like bombs. It's crazy. I put myself like a little inside of a little image. You feel me? I don't know if y'all see the vision. You feel me? That's the vision right there. What is it? Group. What the fuck? Camera.
The charcoal haze is wrapping the edges of the stone.
All right.
A soft focus world where the scene is better left unknown. The street light dying blue.
Okay. I had to make sure I turned down the right thing. Okay. So I want to cast the full vibe because I usually, this is what I do when I do my reread. I just have the Ordeal music playing. So let's get started. Unbalanced. And I love how we have the yin yang sign, and it's actually the black is overtaking the white, right? And you can essentially say God bred or there was this new race, right? And so that will be the white insignia, and then the black insignia will be the humans, right? Since they have had power over the course of the story up until season 3. And I love how the black represents the humanistic characteristics or the humanized or human characteristic of Kimyo, while the white represents that both versions have a soul, right? And I just love that little dynamic of the yin and yang symbol being not even, which is also represented in the story thematically through what we see with the history of the characters. So for centuries, humans were at the pinnacle among all creation, until the strange occurrence of a new gene structure changed everything. The new genetic makeup was far superior to that of humans, giving birth to an entire different species we call Kimyos. A minor enhancement to strength, endurance, and regeneration are all simply complementary assets of Kimyo DNA. 1/3 of the world's population is said to be Kimyo, but if that was not terrifying enough, they also develop special abilities recognized as talents. Most talents are predominantly harmless. The ability to manipulate a simple element or control over the internal structure, creating and manipulating extensions of the body. In rare cases, to change the entire cellular makeup of one's body at will, and a vast variety of other mutations. But And then we have the transition of the particle effect that represents Kimyos. And then we got the one that represents Shay. Not all talents are harmless. The great power of the few elite Kimyos causes many humans to tremble in fear of their possible extinction. As their power may result in the ultimate decimation of the human race. And then it cuts into flames. And one thing I do love is, could you censor the panels? Oh shit, am I fucking up? Am I fucking up? I think it's doing the thinking. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me lock in. What is it at? Yeah, it messed it up when I made it full screen. I think it was prepped to not full screen. I think it was prepped to not full screen. Amen. Amen. It'd be like that. Oh wow. The joint cut off? Okay, hold on. Let me see something. What can I do? Alright, hold on. I'm basically cutting on music. Shout out Brent for allowing the community to use his music for ordeal stuff. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, bop. Money's going crazy right now. Okay. Now, if the music from the joint play, we just gonna change it. You feel me? Okay, so what I want to say about this portion right here, right? Now, I talked about the balance symbols for the yin and yang. Now, with the Seth and the Zura stuff, a lot of people don't really like how the Seth and the Zura stuff really happens in Ordeal, and they feel that it dilutes the lore that Ordeal has built up. However, it adds on to the lore because it answers the question of essentially where the Kimyo race came from. Because when the Great Four descended upon the world, that was essentially a recording of beings with these extra powers, right? And so we even have things like, oh yeah, the humans was the pinnacle among all creation, and we see that even being represented with the yin and yang sign, with the overpowering the white. And then I love how we have something that talks about the initial creation of the Kimyos, and then we have dialogue discussing the future of the Kimyos. So although they started at one point where it was just very few of them back in the past, we then go back to the point in the future where, due to people having children, and also due to some talents choosing their hosts inadvertently, even without them being Kimyos, from what Brent told us, then we can also understand why the 1/3 population increase makes so much sense from where they essentially started from. And then you got like the aspect of most talents being harmless. And so when you take into account what Abel's plan is to eliminate all Kimyos, and what Thanatos' plan is to eliminate all weak Kimyos, and Kimyos who wouldn't be able to fit in his ideal world of strength and worship of himself, then you can understand that the weaker Kimyos talents are being utilized to give these Titan generals extra abilities, and through the utilization of chi or more chi due to chi expansion, I should say, then that should allow these harmless quote unquote abilities to mutate into stronger abilities. So this little dialogue that we have back in chapter 1 is really amazing. Manipulating extensions, and then we have someone reminiscent of Reread. Hey, hold on. Why does this remind me of Jukebox from Power? Wait. And then we got them talking about. We have Brent talking about how rare high talents are, meaning that Tevin changed himself on a cellular level in order to produce Rhino, Lion, and Black Forge. Okay. Town, Port of Spain. Man, seeing how these buildings develop over the course of the series is amazing. And we got everybody entering the MMA tournament, and I love how Brent uses the white light for the door as the focal point to let you know as the reader what the location is, right? Trinidad and Tobago. Wait, is this Port of Spain? Yeah, Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. Ladies and gents, we are now on our 13th fight of the night. But I know you guys are not tired. No. We don't get tired here. In M-Pain's Battlegrounds, the best legal mixed martial arts tournament money can buy. Next up, for his third fight. For his third fight of the night, newcomer, the Human Titan from Red Ember Gym. Hold on, wait a minute. Even my nigga Shay was getting called a Titan back then. Shay was getting called a Titan back then? Shay Hard. Hey, man. Shout out T-Pain, man. Shout out T-Pain, man. Shout out T-Pain. And we see how, damn, somebody hit Shay in his belly button is crazy. Not belly button, tried to pierce Shay right here. It's crazy. And we see Shay being already battle damaged. And his opponent, the deadly sharp Kimyo. 15 wins and 4 losses from Salt Lake Gym. Oh, let me see. I'm gonna just use the arrows. Hey, man, I don't know why y'all like this nigga. This y'all hero? This is y'all hero. This is who y'all want to see again. Quill. The sharp Kimyo. Oh, okay. Okay. Shay versus Quill. Human versus Kimyo. Expect blood, people. We don't have much of these fights for medical reasons, but don't count out the human. Don't count the human out. Wow, can I not read a full sentence? But don't count the human out yet. His 3 wins looked promising. Am I right? A human? And the irritation. A 15 win career. What's your special trick? And I love, hold on. Once you stepped into this octagon, there's no room for pity. So why don't you come close, Heart? And then we got his talent, Quill. Through a measure of elasticity in his muscle fibers, he can extend them as protruding bars by flexing them, hardening the skin which covers these muscle spikes, making Quill sharp. or making sharp quills. So as we have a lot more information now that we kind of have season 3 done and over with. What would you say would be the best way for Quill to optimize this talent? Because one thing I always do when I do the rereads, I try to apply the logic of the most recent season to each thing we see in the previous season to give more context to it, right? So what would you guys say would be the thing that would allow Kimyo to allow Quill to be able to fight a Titan general? And then I'm gonna give you guys some time to ponder that. You feel me? To gander at that, because yes, we're doing the read through, but this is also more also a discussion piece as well. Are we making this a video? Do I want to edit this? But if y'all want this to be a video, but nonetheless, I like theorizing based on the information that we have currently. What will happen if this Kimyo essentially reached this potential or reached a higher potential? Because obviously he's not going to have the same aptitude as Jorn or anything like that when it comes to if his chi reaches its limit or his talent reaches its chi limit. But it's still fun to theorize nonetheless. So hold on, give me a second here. I'm gonna give you guys about 1 minute. All right. So in Quill's case, I would say the best thing for Quill, Quill fans are funny. He built like a damn porcupine, a pain in the ass. Bro, that's crazy. How y'all roasted this man? How y'all roasted this man? Y'all supposed to be helping this man. How y'all roasting the man, same man y'all supposed to help? It's crazy. Okay, now in Quill's case, right? I think the best thing for Quill to be able to apply is one, better chi control, right? Quill really has two huge blind sides to his talent. It's his personality, in which he doesn't necessarily think things through, and he often, or in the cases of his loss, most likely underestimated his opponent. And so, since we can't change someone's ability to become smarter, I would say in order to make Quill a stronger opponent, or it would be best if Quill had learned something like rock armor. That way, even if he can't apply his quills to the point of contact where his quills aren't at, then he'll still be able to minimize the damage that's applied to him, to allow him to still be able to activate the quills after the contact is made on the body part where the quills aren't made. This will allow him to still be able to become an even better counter fighter than what he is, because now he's even more durable. So if he had something like rock armor, then that would essentially mean even a human who is highly skilled in martial arts wouldn't be able to compete with Quill. Because we see when Shay fought Nanaku, although he had the superior skills martial arts wise, Nanaku used the thickness of his hide in order to mitigate the damage that Shay was able to do to him. And unfortunately, Quill doesn't have any thickness applied to his hide, or his more like kinesis type talent. So in order to mitigate that, he would have to essentially increase his ability to control his chi, so that way he's able to release his chi throughout his skin rather than just his muscle. So although the muscles is deeper than skin, that will be more of a natural instinct for Quill to apply his chi to his muscles in order to manipulate his talent and apply that elasticity to protrude those spikes from his skins, from his muscle fibers. But if he was not only to apply that to that, but now that I think about it, if we were to assume that rock armor decreases the damage that you feel outward, but also keeps all of the damage internally protected as long as it's not pinpoint, that would mean brute force strikes would be able to necessarily hurt Quill at that point. However, if we were to be able to combine funneling chi through not only his muscles but also his skin as well, not only will his spikes not protrude out as much just due to the way rock armor works, even with this elasticity, but it will actually allow the spikes to be more reinforced to even give his punches a lot more force and his spikes a lot more thrusting power or piercing power, right? Ultimately meaning the damage that he done to Shay, like, I guess, I don't think he necessarily hurt Shay's retina. I don't think that's the opponent who did it, but that would essentially allow him to rupture things like blood vessels or nerves and things of that nature, right? Just based on him being able to apply those two concepts. Hold on. But this is the one song in the soundtrack I just don't like. I ain't gonna lie. So I think that'd be like the best way to scale Quill. And then I can see that version of Quill being able to take on a Titan like Reread. However, I wouldn't see him being able to take on a Titan like Ryugatsgan. And you can say that even with rock armor applied, Ryugatsgan didn't have that ability, which is fine. However, the difference in destructive output and talent is a lot more enormous. And depending on how Quill chi limit is, we could have a situation like Zahara where he's able to actually extend his quills even further outward. So like when Zahara, where Norodrea was getting attacked and then she had this cocoon like spikes come out. All that was just a concept of quote unquote kinesis to some capacity due to corruption of chi applied to Andrea at that point to allow her to protrude those spikes and create those little sharp objects, right? So if we would apply that same type of talent to Quill, who is also a kinesis type, since that would be a kinesis-like ability, then that would mean Quill would essentially be able to become a range fighter through his muscle fibers. But if his spikes was cut, that will also essentially damage his muscles as well. So it'll essentially be the exact same case we have with him right now, where his talent is essentially balanced, but his ability to not think a situation through would ultimately be his downfall. And in his description, it doesn't necessarily say that he only can create these spikes from one point in time. This is just more of his personalized limitation and not the limitation of the talent itself, which I really love that as a distinction between the two. Even at season 1, you could really tell how, even if Brent had like this one-off character, he was really putting thought into these talents, right? But yeah, I think that he is scaled to like that middle ground between Titan and Titan General, where Reread and what is her name, Kanehime is. But anyway, that part's done. Let's keep it pushing.
Yo, I just typed that in and it made the whole track.
Oh, I typed that in and it made the whole track. It's crazy.
What you're about to learn cannot be unlearned. Music producers and struggling artists.
I gotta charge my phone. I'm not the guy who keeps his phone charged. I wait for it to die. Alright. I may just put on like a live channel. Okay. Oh, they're going at it. He throws the punch at Shay. Shay essentially parries it, redirects the strike. And I love how Brent draws the center point or the impact of the strike. And then when you follow the smoke lines or the impact lines, we see Shay's moving it, redirecting it with the bottom of his hand, but it's still making contact a little bit with the other arm. And then we have Quill essentially using chi unnecessarily in this moment to show that when he's throwing this punch, he's flexing the muscles in his shoulder, down his arm, and he's flexing his back as well to give it that much more power. However, if you know the human body, you essentially will be able to beat Quill because his spikes would telegraph his punch. And then you can also say, because we're seeing his talent activate, that Quill is essentially reinforcing this strike with chi. And so although it's being reinforced with chi, we see the lines right here, the exclamation point to show Shay's surprise. Showing that this may actually be the case, that he's using chi on his strikes to give it more impact. And because Shay's not getting hit directly with it, he's redirecting that impact. So that essentially nullifying the strike, which is a small detail, but I think it's still important nonetheless, just due to who his teacher is. But I do want to look at chat real quick just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay. Okay. Sheesh. I would not like to be at the receiving end of a Kimyo punch. But this one doesn't have any spikes protruding. It does. Because Brent, he uses the small phase outlines. And you could say these lines are to show decisive movement. However, it's the same decisive movement from the other side, showing that he also reinforced his leg with chi, because we see the spikes coming from his calf muscle, which he's flexing to deliver a little bit more of a powerful kick. Mothers and grandmothers, now is the time to look away. Come on. Come on, Heart. Show me something. You sure did turtle up with all that defending. And then we see that he stopped using his chi because the quills stopped coming out. The spikes stopped coming out. And then we see it just, and he stopped using it so quick. So he did that kick and backed off. And then we see the remnants of his chi from the areas where the spikes are. Okay, Brent was really cooking. Brent was really cooking with season 1. I didn't notice none of this stuff before. I didn't notice none of this stuff before. You covered in spikes. Who's gonna attack a defense like that? You're the one turtled up. So Shay is saying Quill's offense is his defense, meaning that wherever he tries to counterattack it, he's gonna get spiked. So he has to pick and choose where his shots is. Okay. Hear what? I'll give you a free shot. Come on. No quills this time. This is clearly a bait, but perhaps I can slip through. No quills this time. So this is just him swinging. And catch you off guard, wide open. Is that all, Shay? Oh, is that all, Heart? Okay, so he must have flexed his abs. Cheeky bastard. On your feet, Heart. So he can choose the exact spot to quill at will. Shoot. A solid defense when facing a human challenger. However, the fact that you are not permanently in a fully quilled state means one thing. You can't hold your quills for long. Can you? I say 30 to 60 seconds top. Oi. Not bad. You figured me out. Flexing for too long causes cramps, you know. I'll make it easier for you. I can only quill one area at a time, so come on. Try me again, and this is what I mean by that overconfidence that I talked about earlier. This was the overconfidence that I mentioned earlier. So Shay is essentially thinking of a strategy. Try you again? You're baiting me for the second time, aren't you? Okay, I'll bite. Yeah, this man Shay said, yeah, bro, I'm getting my advantage. I'm getting my advantage. Yo. Shay doing some crazy footwork there. Where will you spike now? Ooh. What was that? A temple shot? Nah, jaw shot. The human's first hit. Okay, so Shay's using his speed and fancy footwork to outmaneuver Quill. So I'm trying to see. So Shay started from Quill's left side, ended up on his right side, and Quill barely is able to take notice, and before he's able to actually react, Shay hits him. So he hit him right about here. So he was going for a knockout shot. What? You're being sloppy, Quill? He's smart enough to make his punches taps. He knows if he delays the drawback, he'll get stabbed. Man said, yeah, gang, he's not going in full. And then we got Shay. The panel that really draws everybody in. This is the panel that draws everybody into Ordeal. That really shows Brent art and attention to detail. The twisting of the hip to bring more power to the leg. And then you can even, and with that motion, even you think Shay's gonna throw that kick. What a fool. A jump attack, perfect. You can't alter your trajectory mid-air. This is the end of the line for you. Heart, my win. And he's gonna try to impale this man's entire leg. Huh? What? He drew his foot back, a false kick, and he repositions. Pivots. Punch this nigga out his draws. And so even then, even with this, we see that Shay is a lot stronger than typical humans. Abs and obliques, all that he was from a bum. Yeah, this nigga's a bum. He's a bum, Claps. He's a bum. I'm right there with you. Bam. Nah, impossible. Left. Oh no, Mr. Hart, I won't be letting that happen again. Try it. And he thinks he's gonna hit him in the jaw. And it's crazy because through his anger, flexing your forehead is crazy, gang. That's all bone. Man said, try it. Right. Redirection. And this is why I said for him to be able to fight, he needs rock armor. He needs to have a high level technique because none of his techniques are high level. He doesn't have any. He grabs on. And this is why I said even if someone counters him, if he had rock armor, this punch would essentially been the force of this punch would essentially been nullified, and he would have been able to still grab on and counter with this. And if he has a attack that requires such high chi control like rock armor, these spikes should be a lot more bigger or longer or just essentially more potent in chi and cause more damage. Get quilled human. Shoot, baited. You can't spike two places at once. The jaw's wide open. Rocked his ass. K.O.! Ordeal. Written and drawn by Brent E. Bristol. Edited by Sonia Tagari. Hold on, Sonia? Hey, shout out Sonia, man. Shout out Brent making the editor. You know what I'm saying? A character, you feel me? And she was saucy too. She was saucy too. And Ethan LeBlanc. LeBlanc. Alright. Now we finished with chapter 1. And we essentially set the pace for how this read through is going to be. Now, Kleps. Chaos, I don't know if you're still here. But if you are, both of y'all, do you guys enjoy the format of how I'm doing the reread, or do you want me to just power through? Because I could just power through. But I also want to give discussion pieces for like the community and things, or things that I've noticed, to give more substance to what we're looking at, right? And in some cases, it may emphasize how much Brent is paying attention to things, and in other cases, it may show that Brent is forgetting some things, right? That's essentially the purpose of me rereading the series. Hold on. Let me go off camera real quick, family. So I want to have a smoke. So we finished with the first chapter. All that hubris from a bum. But if you're in the world full of Kimyos, would you really say, like, and you're training really hard to be in this tournament, to be one of the elite fighters? Because if we look at the original synopsis for Ordeal and we apply it to the different fighters in the Triple MA tournament, my heart's something to feel. You can't feel. Hey, shout out on this bitch. I love this song. I feel forgotten. I would kind of feel the same way that Quill feel. I like this current page for the same reason. Okay. Okay, because then at least this way I'll probably maybe turn these into like topic videos. Like I can do, like, for example, the max potential of Quill for a video. For some reason the community loves that guy. I could do, we just broke down the Shade versus Quill fight, and that allowed us to break down Quill's talent even more. And his personality, and the blind side of his talent. So if y'all like this current pace, we can keep this current pace. And I love how Brent has the filters on for the past shots. Not feel. I ain't heard the folks. He cooked on that one. Wait. Okay, so what I want to do, I think I forgot some chats or something. Reddit dwellers really are something. They heard Shade in Galaxy level and then sprinted. Haven't watched it, I'll watch it after the stream. No worries, Chaos. You good, family. I mean, we don't have to. I just want to know what the music. Okay. As for the video, I enjoy it. I'm curious as to why only Shay has running sightings versus Thanatos with Merlin Stone, as you mentioned in that video, not having sightings. Oh, yeah. That's fair. I don't blame you. 3 times is egregious. Oh, you talking about the adding. Rip Eric could have been a cold head. It's crazy because Eric has the aptitude of Eric. I say Eric, of Aldrich, but he doesn't have the necessary strength to be able to keep God tiers in check. Eric will essentially have to do what Batman did with the Justice League. Okay, like the current pace. I'm just having to smoke real quick, and then I'll cut my camera back on. 1 hour later, I love this panel that's coming up. And now, for our 14th fight of the night. Really showing that, yeah, we thought Shay was dominating that fight, but he really came out injured. Skewered. Our previous fight, Human versus Kimyo, was insane. Shay popped off, right? And then we see Shay listening to that announcing. And then we see the blood on Shay's hands, which really goes back into what Leo and Rokash was talking about later on in the season, about the price of letting others know how strong Leo Jim is. But also, that was Rokash complimenting Leo when he said, yeah, how strong your gym is, But if we take into account how weak he felt Shannon was, he was essentially saying how good of a teacher Leo was, and that the world should know how good of a teacher Leo is in order for him to be a lot more successful. And that way he doesn't have to live this humble life. He can live a life of success even after retirement from the #1 hit. And it's like these small little things in season 1, even when we see like small things like this, really shows that Shay and Rokash is two sides of the same coin. Wait. Okay, that's the blood being rinsed out from the water.
Thinking of buying a brand new car?
I love this panel.
100% online with
This
Carvana.
reminds me of him being in the bathtub.
Machine, Carvana. It works just
what
like
a beautiful day to see all that blood.
Except these are brand spanking new. Pick your favorite ride. Monthly payment, then tap buy now, and that brand new car gets delivered to your door. No haggling, no dog fees. Just you, a factory fresh car.
I just got inspiration
Buy your brand new car today on Carvana.
a thumbnail. Do y'all want to do the thumbnail now? Do y'all want? Wait. I got inspiration to do a thumbnail. Do y'all want to do a thumbnail now? Now that's for chat. Like yeah. I just got crazy inspiration just now, just looking at this. This is gonna be a crazy one. Okay, so you said yeah. All right. If I get, that's gonna be a special thing that we do on these streams. It's gonna help me for season 4. If I get any spark of inspiration, I'm just going to we're gonna do a thumbnail for it, and it's gonna be I select the output folder. And it's going to be for essentially where we at in the read through. And the purpose of this is to use only the things that we have seen in order to create the image. I should have to upscale this. Get that one. Do we have like a good I guess this would be the best environmental shot we have. All right, we're gonna open up that. Yep. Yep. This one's gonna really count on the angles. This is gonna count on the angle that I put that mirror at. Right now, opening up whatchamacallit. If this is my gaming channel or Wolf Nara, I'm gonna give a fuck about smoking. But since this on Cold Archive, I'm gonna say no, then we're getting the ass on the streaming. You feel me? I want to get back to where we was. And then since we're doing that, we're gonna change the song, change the vibe. Display screen. All right. All right, is it over?
I don't need the noise to know where I belong. Yeah. Aligned in the quiet, solid on my own ground. When the world gets louder, I just turn the volume down. Yeah.
As y'all can see, my PC cooking me. PC cooking me, but we gotta get this inspired.
Chaos, my nervous system is no longer public property. I protect my mornings, I protect my focus, I protect the first thought of the day. No more waking up and someone else's expectations. This rhythm, this steady boom bap pulse reminds me I don't chase validation. I build foundation, deep baseline under intention. Rose chords like warm light through half closed blinds. Pieces not passive, it's practiced, and I practice.
Shouldn't this be close? There we go.
Chords like warm light through half closed blinds. Pieces not.
Tech moves fast, and WGU
That's
can help
crazy.
you keep up. We
The
build
glitch
technology
into
degrees with
a
industry
commercial
leaders
is
focused
the
on
wildest
real
shit.
skills, not hype. Learn online, earn respected certifications, graduate ready for what's next. Visit WGU.edu to learn more.
You
Hold on.
ask for so little.
I'm turning that up. What's up about this was?
Don't rush, I don't prove if it's not rooted in spirit. I don't move. Ooh. There was a time I confused attention with connection, confused motion.
So we're gonna add another layer on top of this.
Things reveal themselves. If it's forced, it fades. If it's real, it remains. Silence filters everything, and what stays, that is mine. I no longer compete
Overlay
with
that.
noise. I let it exhaust itself. I've learned calm is intimidating to chaos. When you don't react, you disrupt patterns. When you don't argue, you redirect energy. I am not detached, I am disciplined, not cold, just clear. My femininity isn't fragile, it's anchored. Soft voice, solid spine, aligned in the quiet. Every time, aligned in the quiet. All aligned in the quiet, breathing in my own pace. No distortion in my signal, no confusion in my space. Aligned in the quiet, grounded, steady, aware. If it costs me my alignment, I don't go there.
Okay, open that.
You don't have to announce peace for it to be
that.
powerful. You just live it.
This
Alive.
and this.
In the quiet. Light in the quiet. In the quiet. Alive in the quiet.
Let me zoom in. Need to get the pixels right. Black outline. What is this at 22? Turn that down to like 7. And then start erasing.
Everyone is refreshing something. A screen, a feed, a version of themselves. I stopped refreshing this morning. I didn't reach for my phone. I reached for water, sat at the edge of the bed and let my thoughts flow naturally. No notifications, no artificial urgency, just sunlight moving slowly across the wall. We've been trained to react before we reflect, reply before we feel, scroll before we sit. But my nervous system wasn't built for constant updates. It was built for rhythm, for seasons, for conversation that doesn't disappear in 24 hours. Long mindset, I move at human speed. No instant validation, just planning what I need. Analog mindset, let the moment breathe. If it's real, it lingers. It doesn't leave. Analog mindset. I write things down with the pen, feel the drag of ink against paper. Mistakes stay visible, no delete button. There's honesty in that. I won't follow what makes me question my timing. You know what disrupts my focus. You don't have to consume everything available. Abundance without boundaries is still overload. Last month I chose a long walk over a crowded room, chose depth over visibility, chose 2 real conversations over 20 surface ones, and nothing collapsed. The world kept spinning without my constant participation. Analog mindset, no rush in my chest. I don't compete with algorithms, I protect my rest. And a mindset rooted in the now. I don't need the trend to remember how long mindset. My grandmother kept photographs in boxes, not clouds. When she wanted to remember something, she sat down with it, held it. That's the difference, access versus presence. I don't document every meal I tasted. I don't broadcast every insight I integrated. Growth doesn't need witnesses to be real. There's luxury in moving without announcement, and building quietly, and disappearing from the noise without disappearing from yourself. Analog soul in a digital decade, choosing warmth over speed. Signal steady, pulse natural. I'm not outdated. I'm deliberating. Analog mindset, slow breath, clear sight. I don't need the spotlight to know my light. Analog mindset, calm in my frame. If it costs me my nervous system, it's not worth the game. Release up. Not everything needs to be updated. Some things just need to be lived. Analog mindset. There's something that only
Okay, why is
appears
it not?
when everything else
It's
stops.
registering everything but what I want.
Listen closer. I used to fill every gap. Music in the background, time face in the kitchen. TV just to soften the wall. Silence felt like exposure, like something unfinished might step forward, and it did. The grief I postponed, the anger I intellectualized, the exhaustion I renamed ambition. They were waiting between the notes, not dramatic, not explosive, just steady, asking to be felt between the notes. That's where truth stays, not in the loud moments, but in the space they made between the notes, where I meet myself. No performance needed, no one else. Healing didn't arrive loudly. No breakthrough announcement, no cinematic clarity, just small decisions. Drinking water before coffee, going home when I felt depleted, saying that hurt instead of it's fine. Growth looked ordinary, unfollowed what triggered comparison. Stopped rereading old messages, deleted numbers I memorized by heart. Not out of anger, out of release. Some endings don't need explanation, they need distance. I learned to stay. Not every silence means walk away. Between the notes, I hear what's true. If it costs my peace, I outgrew it too. There's discomfort in sitting with yourself without distraction, no scrolling, no soundtrack, just breathe in memory. But once you survive that space, you stop fearing it. And once you stop fearing it, you stop running from yourself. I notice now how quickly people rush to feel quiet. Apologies layered over honesty, jokes layered over tension. But I let the moment breathe. If it's awkward, let it teach. If it's heavy, let it land. Not everything needs resolution in real time. Some clarity arrives later, between the notes, between reactions, between who I was and who I'm becoming. Between the notes.
Okay, chat.
The parts of me I once
What y'all think?
Between the notes.
What y'all think?
To see, ooh, there's no alignment without honesty. Silence. Isn't empty. It's revealing. Between the notions where I heal. Static everywhere. Too many voices trying to tell you who you're supposed to be. I changed the frequency. I used to listen to noise more than the voice in my chest, taking advice from people who were just as lost as the rest. Too many opinions trying to shape my direction. Everybody loud but nobody living reflection. Scrolling through timelines full of polished projection. Everybody shining but hiding their own reflection. I step back slowly, change the angle of view. Turns out clarity arrives when you listen to you. Not the pressure of trends, not the weight of applause, just the quiet understanding of your personal laws. Clear signal, yeah. Nothing crossing my line life, it disrupts my peace. I decline every time. Clear signal.
There we go.
No distortion inside when your spirit is steady. You don't need to hide. People move quick when attention is currency. Chasing validation like it's personal urgency. Posting every moment like existence needs proof. But silence builds wisdom that performance can't produce. I've seen loud confidence collapse.
Here's a question for serious business leaders only. What are you actually doing with AI in your business right now? Not we're exploring it, not it's on the roadmap. What are you doing with it today?
That's the image right there.
Because the operators moving fast on this aren't just cutting costs.
That's
They're
the
building
inspiration
systems
right there.
their competitors can't see coming. I want to talk to those
That's
people.
why I wanted to do it right now.
I do a 30-minute AI brainstorm. No pitch, no deck, no agenda. We map out exactly what AI could do for your specific business. If you're curious what's possible or you already have ideas and need someone to pressure test them, visit wiserootsllc.com and talk to Maisel. She will get you booked with me personally, but only if you're serious. I look forward to it.
All right. What y'all think?
Truth doesn't rush. It arrives when the noise fades. And when it does,
This is literally pride and succession. Hey man, shout out to Title, man. Shout out to Title, man.
I refine my direction. Clarity grows from internal inspection. Every hard lesson became part of the plan. Every wrong turn still shaped who I am. Now the rhythm is steady, no confusion in sight. What once felt heavy now moves light. No static remaining, no signal divide. When your mind gets clear, your path amplifies. Everything in its place, no chaos inside. Just a calm, steady pace. Clear signal. Nothing left to disguise when your truth gets.
We getting back to the reread now.
All illusion dies. More truth. More truth.
Okay. Let me see. I may get copyrighted, may not get copyright claimed.
I just focus on my blessings and the lessons you get.
All right, we back to it. We back to it, y'all. Low battery is crazy. Shit, we just gonna use these bitches till it dies, then fuck it. All right. Thumbnail or wallpaper or something I'm gonna use for something eventually. All right. Next fight, Balrog of hold the fuck up. I see you, Brent. I see you with the street. Hey, Brent is a Street Fighter fan. Okay, we got Balrog. We got Mike Tyson. You feel me? Street Fighter Tyson. And I love how we get the collaboration, but we also have the callback to Street Fighter in season 1. Brent. What are we doing here, Brent? I see you, King. I see you. Okay. Ramsey of Crippy. Shay Hart. He looks back. You messed up, boy. And he's not even looking at him. He's just still cleaning himself off. I'ma cut to the point. We bet a lot of money on you losing tonight. So the fact that you won is a major problem for you. It's simple. You give us back every cent you made tonight, and we will let you lick your wounds. And don't try to be a hero. You're clearly a mess after what our boy Quill did to you. Wait. Are they his homies? So Quill is this thug. He's a thug, bruh. It's a wallpaper in your eyes? I appreciate it. You should close the door before we start. He pulls out the knife. Very well, you're a funeral, big man. Pit pat, pit pat. Moments later. Did you see him go? I never noticed that she was texting somebody. Had to tap in. Yo, Arashi Kage, appreciate you coming through, family. I never noticed that she was texting. Nigga, Brent, are we just using pictures from the news now, Brent? Brent, I never noticed this. This is why we do our rereads. This is why we do. It's the small things, bro. Even back then, they was watching the news, bro. And it's 10:30. He's cute. She got green eyes. I'm not gonna lie. I would have folded. I ain't gonna lie. Give me a second, because I feel like it's off-centered. I feel like it's off-centered for some reason. Okay. I just had to make sure. Hey, Damalia. Hey, Shay. Good to see you, as always. You were amazing tonight. Don't worry about the scratches. Makes you even hotter. Thanks. See, and that's the whole thing about flirting. You can't just come out and say some freaky shit. You feel me? You gotta. Yes, it's about inviting romance. You feel me? But you don't lead with inviting romance. You feel me? You lead with conversation. You feel me? You lead with. So why I always see you up here? Why do you fight? Boom, you would have had them locked in. Oh yeah, woo, I'm doing this for my sister. Woo, gotta take care of them bills. Oh, woo, it look like you in pain right now. How do you really woo? How do you really cope with the pain after your matches? Cause I know I don't see you up here every day, and you always find me woo. You throw the little compliments in between little conversation. People woo. You feel me? Nah, shorty ass said, hey man, I'm trying to see something. I'm just trying to do something. That's all I seen, G. You know we all.
You could see what's happening inside your body. Gonna be mad. Pernuvo's whole body scans screens for hundreds of conditions.
No, they don't. Tell Pernivo, shut up. We know we always have these crazy parties after the competition, seeing we only have them once a month. You never come to any, boo. You make no time for me on the side. Sorry, love, but I have a couple things to do at home. And see that, and that's what I mean. She would have had my dog. He would have cracked. You feel me? But nah. All right then. Anyway, here's your winnings for tonight. Oh, and sweet. If you get cold, you know what a 5. She's throwing the poo-poo. I'm just saying. All she had to do was start a normal conversation. He would have hit that. I'm just saying. I would have hit that. But I do love how even in the beginning of Ordeal, that Brent really shows that Shay can have essentially any woman he wants if he tried. But again, even then, he shows his disconnectedness between him and others. So I like that. Oh, she got a little iPhone? I never noticed that. Little iPhone right there. Nigga, why are you doing documents in pencil ink? It's crazy. Signing documents in pencil was crazy. Okay, she got the pen in the other hand. Okay. Hey man. Hey man. Hey man. By the way, tell Admin there are 2 injured fellas in my change room. No idea what happened there. Later that night. It lets us know how pain. It lets us know we are alive. But the reason I endure this better not be in vain. Hydrocortisone. Take 1 or 2 tablets by mouth every 4 to 6 hours for pain. This nigga is aspirin. They done beat the headache into this nigga. This nigga, he in the bathtub popping aspirin, hydrocortisone. This nigga high as fuck in the tub. Better not be in vain. The following morning, and then we got my dog Tevin. What is it, like a Nissan? I'm telling you, Tevin, he's got some woman in there. He's never on time. And this Tevin's girlfriend. And hey man, it's crazy because we see her, we see Tevin's girlfriend more than we see the 4 pillars, like in chapter length, and she has about the same amount of scary as them niggas. I beg to defer, babe. I don't think any woman can stand Shay for more than a day. Please speak louder. Not like it's only 6 in the morning. Yo, talk to me. I've known you for 15 years. It's been 7 years since you had this apartment. None of us have ever seen the inside. You sell drugs, bro? Because my granny needs Advil. Oh, nah, boy. My nigga got hydrocortisone. My nigga got aspirin. I'm sorry, granny. We don't got the Advil. We got stronger stuff in that crib. That's crazy. Get your butt in the car. You better not make us late, Shay. Okay, that's gotta be Tevin's girlfriend. It's a little typo right there. That's fire. And then we got the red ember gem. Be back at 4. Thanks for the drive, babe. This is our dojo. And you see my nigga Azam already coming in with the motion frame. You feel what I mean? My dojo mates and I, we don't come from the nicest homes. This old guy right here is my master, Leo Thomas. He happens to be a war hero. The danger to human life that Kimyos presented caused the war 61 years ago. Human versus Kimyo. More innocents died than anyone wants to admit, but more on that later. I promise. And so what I'm wondering right now is this, because at first when I read this the other times, I considered this to be essentially the current Shade dialogue, but if I were to look at it, after he says more later on that, more on that later, I promise, this might be actual Ronin dialogue. And so Brent sets up this story being in the past, even with small dialogue boxes like this. And I like that small little notion right there, you feel me? And then we got Azam trying to land a hit on Leo, even with a haste talent, can't even land a hit on the old man. What's crazy is that right here, Azam seems to be a lot more stable. And so Azam was so sure that the next hit would land on Leo that he didn't even have a stable base. And then we see him land and reposition. Master Leo is like a father to us all. Okay, we got that MMA type of style. Okay. Couldn't have asked for a better teacher. He treats us like his own sons. And then we got Azam preparing himself. If your talent is speed, and Kiden wraps around Leo, and it's crazy because he doesn't go in front of Leo. He goes from blind spot around Leo to another blind spot. being predictable would be on home. Being predictable will only mean one thing. We see him preparing that punch. And so I love how even now, in this moment right here, yeah, we see Leo really showing his aptitude in regards to dealing with Kimyo, whether they have a blessed talent or not. But we see that Brent was building the idea of when the talent activates, the chi that's utilized is being shown through the eyes, and the eyes is the windows of the soul. And so as they get stronger and we see this glory like effect overtake the eye from them, even when they're not utilizing their talent, but in season 3 it's more symbolized of them beginning to flow or utilize chi. And then we have this same instance where he's applying a haste to this punch, but when we look at the inner glow of the punch, he's also applying an even harder hit to that very punch by applying chi to his fist as well as applying the natural ability of his talent itself. And we know it's chi because not only the eye, but the same color being represented by the fist, which is not only separate from the lightning itself, but also is the focal point of the panel itself, really going to show the utilization of chi for Kimyo and how that flows through his talent. You are using it entirely wrong. And he catches it, nullifying even Azam's speed, the power from Azam's speed, and he didn't even move. And I really love this small little thing about this fight. And he's surprised. And you see, so essentially Leo applied the same amount of chi to his fist to nullify the chi that was applied to Azam's fist, showing that Leo has great chi control. That's crazy. Yeah, that's fire. So all his shit, like, he still has the same aptitude as before. He's just that healing factor. You can't really repair cells. Once the antenna of that cell is gone, it's not gonna repair at the same rate or as perfect as before. Okay, this makes sense. Brent really is thinking about the way he's doing things, power system wise, and applying the things that we know about season 3 and chi and things we learned from season 2 to season 1 really helps reconceptualize the story. Okay, you will listen, and you will listen closely. Hit him in his shit. Hit Azam all in his shit. Chest. Nigga belly button. Nigga, what is this? I gotta think about the body part. Give me a second. Solar plexus. Neck chop. So Azam, so this man really not only cut off Azam's breathing, because he hit him in the chest and he hit him in the solar plexus, but he completely cut off the very airway that Azam, like, he chopped his throat so he can't even breathe at all. So even the source of breathing and minimalizing the breath itself. That's why right here he's almost knocked out, because there's literally no oxygen flowing through the brain, because Leo hit literally every single point where oxygen will be flowing from. You are all unique. What makes each of you special? But what I just thought about though, is this reminds me of Yorn when he trained Shay. We really see that Leo he knows how to hold back, while Yorn doesn't know how to hold back. Like, if this was Yorn, all this would have been broken. So I really love seeing Leo essentially tap everybody, and when he hits them, he's not reinforcing himself or reinforcing his blows with chi, but just hitting pure, I don't want to say pressure points, but using martial arts to overcome Kimyos. And I hope that we see that in season 4, where the weaker type of Kimyos are able to be beat by martial arts, or they from humans. So at least that way, not everyone needs that G3 suit, or not everyone needs Titan technology. You are all unique. What makes each of you special is that your talents are all one of a kind, specifically coded to your individual personality. And we even see this with Azam being a haste talent, one of the strongest, if not the strongest, haste talent potentially in the series, because it's a mythological type. So we see that essentially he's putting that same pride in his talent and being hasty when dealing with Leo. And Leo saying that it's coded to your personality. He's taking into account their talents and their personality, even if it's like small, distinct differences. But the fact that it's coded to your personality means that essentially the talent itself has to match the person that it's with before it's allowed to essentially sync. So, and I really love how the soul creates the chi to allow it to funnel through to the talent, but to allow the talent to fit and work in tandem with the soul, it has to be a complete match for that personality. And that's why we have the aspect of talent might possibly failing in regards to syncing with Kimyos.
You might be dehydrated. Gatorade with the
I'm trying to find something I want to listen to.
Is engineered to improve.
All right, Sega don't really give a fuck about listening to that music. Yeah, ain't it? All right, let's keep going. Hits him in the chest. If you fail to maximize these unique differences of yours, the gift that makes you one of a kind and grabs him and redirects that same force that was pushing him back upward. You will become as common as a human fighter. Use what you have or lose it. And I'm guessing that this also reflects the fight with Shay and Quill, because he wasn't able to utilize his uniqueness with his talent in order to overcome Shay, which made him no more than a common fighter. So I like how that's essentially a lesson Shay learned through trials and tribulations, while the other Cubs are learning this lesson through training, through non-life or death situations. Okay, so we got Shay saying, real talk. Right, bro? After Master sees your broken face, it'd be so funny to watch him kick your ass for fighting. Whatever, Tevin. Your girl drives you around, man, child. And I really do miss these small moments with the Wolf Cubs. Like, everyone being serious is cool, but having this little dialogue, it really shows the camaraderie between the Wolf Cubs, but also how these discussions build upon where they will be at or where they are at in their lives. Don't opt out just yet. Once more, son. Yes, master. Well, as you can see, Azam decided he wanted to go first. Tis, tis, tis. Poor kid. Had a bright future ahead of him. Poor kid had a bright future ahead of him. He got his ass beat up. Oh, and Shay, Master mentioned something about having a bone to pick with you when you got here. And by the look of your face, I hope you signed the waiver. That is enough for now, Azam. You may rest. We will work on your assault tactic later. Okay. That man said, yeah, assault tactics is crazy. This music is making me mad. Give me a second, bro, because I really need to find something to listen to. I need something that's going to really put me in that ordeal mood. And I don't want to just be recycling songs, so fuck it, we just going. Wow. Okay. We just gonna be listening to the Ordeal soundtrack.
Premium, even this.
They don't want us to know that there's an easy way to lower your car insurance costs. What you do is you go to simplify.com and
Shay, come here. I can't save you, remember? I'm a man child. And we got the differences in Tevin and Shay laugh. Tevin's laugh is H-E-U, H-E-U, H-E-U. Maybe that's, I pay attention to laughs because it's a One Piece thing. Morning, you fool. You've done it again, Shay. You've done it again, Shay. Fighting behind my back after I specifically forbade it. You're a human. What happens when you are forced to fight a Kimyo who exceeds your skill? What then? Huh? Look at your wounds. I will not lose another son. Smacked his ass. Did he smack a tooth out this nigga mouth? He done smacked a tooth out of Shay's mouth. It's hilarious. Aren't you an underground fighter? Why your guard isn't up? Let's begin with clap, 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 clap. And they look over, clap, clap, clap. And I like how and then like the mockery. Why so serious, Leo? I bet you never expect to see me again. Bro, Kaz Rampersad. This narcissist right here is a big thing in Trinidad. He was recently placed in the top 150 ranking of the world's strongest Kimyo documented. Stoops. It went straight to his head, and his arrogance makes him the most hated man in the country. Sup, fellas? All right. Bro, Cash. Master, you know this fool? No one is allowed in the dojo during training sections. He clearly couldn't read the sign. Illiterate, maybe? You are not welcome here, Rocash. Is that sitting down? No, I like how everybody is slowly rising up. And they all turn towards him. So Say is essentially crouching from right here. And then he rises up. That's fire. That's fire. That's fire. Shoot, that's no way to greet your favorite past student. Teacher? Shoot, the expression used when aggravated. Yeah, I already know. Teacher, he said get out. You deaf? Shut up. Hold on. Boop. Gotta charge up the headphones. What you say, boy? Nah. My man Lewis about to crash out. Lewis was about to use death stance right there. Man was about to crash out, bro. My man was about to crash out, bro. Shay the perk Kimyo is still crazy to me, Clubs. You might need to be stopped. You might need to be stopped, King. Haha. You boys got some spark about how. You boys got some spark. How about some training? So one thing I noticed about this, right? The panel starts off with Shay, right? At this point in time, Shay, albeit better at martial arts than the rest of the Wolf Cubs at this time, is still a human. So right now, Shay will get beat by Tevin. Tevin would lose to Kaz because he has nothing to be able to stop the nuke, smother the nuke, and because it's an attack that he won't experience more than once, and his inexperience as a Kimyo right now in regards to utilization of his talent chi compared to season 2 and 3, he would lose to Cass. We see that Cass loses to Lewis, and we know that Cass will beat this current Lewis. And I love how Brent uses strength inadvertently in this case. Like each following dialogue checks the person of the previous, but they're also stronger than the person who's previously shown. Hi, you boys got some spark. How about some sparring? And we see Leo beginning to lose control of his chi. You still haven't changed. Cash, enough of this. Master, this is no longer your home, Cash. I will not repeat myself. You will leave at once. Man, I never noticed he made Cash shut up. Even, bro, he made Cash shut up, bro. No one has made Cash shut up. You speak as though you are at the pinnacle of Kimyo power, Leo Thomas. Yet, you have no idea what true strength is. Hold on. You will acknowledge my strength before you die, old man. And that may come sooner than you think. And see, I talked about early in the chapter how Brent uses the eyes to show when chi is being used. And although he's not activating his talent, we still see that the circle around the eyes is showing that because of his aggravation, he's expressing chi, right? But what I do also love is because Brent says that Cass, even with both parts of his talent, he would break at 150. He is break at 50. But since at this point, he is like, I think he's at about 98 or close to 98. So he doesn't have both halves of his talent. So although he's utilizing his chi, the circle isn't as full as how Azam was, showing the amount that he has access to is minimum compared to what it was before, or what it could be when he has both halves of his talent. And it also shows that he's not releasing that much chi. It's just similar to the amount that Leo was exerting out. However, due to him not having as much chi as Leo, then you can also assume that this is also a moment where he doesn't exude weight or anything like that, showing that he doesn't have that God tier potential even at this later point in his life, because he squandered the teachings and left or kicked out from Leo's dojo after Jacob's death, showing he didn't reach his max potential. And all that could be stemming from not only his position in life with the grays around his face, but also the fact that we know from future events that Cass has the defensive portion, leaving Anu Ak incomplete. And that same incomplete nature is reflective in the blue circle around the eyes. Now, I just love it. It's a small thing, but I love how Brent shows that. Later that same evening, Ember Gym. So we got Shay and Leo cleaning up. Leo's taking the punching bags in. Hold on. You all right, Master? Who the hell does he think he is, threatening you like that? What happened between you and Rokash? He was an old student of mine. Many years ago, his arrogance kept him from truly ever progressing. But the scary truth is, he was one of my strongest students. One of. And this is before the concept of the God tier, because Leo didn't personally train the God tier. However, he did propel them to the status of God tier, whether it was through his ideology being applied to their lives, or him giving them the tools necessary to overcome that hurdle that each talent has, in order maybe for the chi limit to grow to compensate for the overgrowth of that talent, showing that the talent eventually would stagnate without an outside source to help it develop further, like we see with Yorn Inventor, like we see with Yorn breaking Shade's body and then being allowed to use even more of Ilios' power. We see the same thing with Veal and the concept of blood sacrifice being applied. And then we see the same thing with Thanatos before he absorbs a ton of souls, and how that applies to what he can do and how he operates when he doesn't have the necessary capacity to be able to compete with the top tiers of the world. The dojo was small. Back then, 4 guys were all we had. Rokaz was so adamant on proving his strength, he constantly challenged the others. You see, besides his vanity, Rokaz's problem was that he never understood the seriousness that goes with a fight. The animalistic side of his talent would emerge, and he began jesting and grinning. One day, behind my back, he challenged a young man named Jacob, one of the better Kimyos in his class. That fight was a mistake from the get-go. I don't know what he was trying to prove, but he killed Jacob. And you can kind of allude that Jacob was essentially winning. Jacob was using non-lethal attacks on Rokaz. And then because of Rokaz's pride, seeing that all the work that he put in, the tournaments that he won back then, because this takes place after Val. Jacob death canonically doesn't have a specific time in the timeline based on Brent. But if you were to assume that how close Rokaz was with Leo before his interaction with Veal, and how Veal twisted nature, warped, or Veal existence of evil, warped that jest and unseriousness that Rokaz had with the fight. And with losing to someone like Jacob, even after fighting someone as strong as Veal, was the breaking point for his pride, showing that even with non-lethal blows, if they don't fight to kill each other, then Rokaz himself would never be able to protect Leo from someone like Veal. And also all the training that he had put himself through since the Veal interaction, and even before, and even been entering tournaments since then, would have shattered his pride, leading him to do a killing blow on Jacob, even if it was by accident or on purpose, right? And that was also because of how animalistic his talent is in regards to one of the personality traits for it, showing that when it comes to the way, when he does essentially take a fight serious, it's going to be a fight of life and death. It's not going to be a fight of comrades. And when we see that whole situation play out with the Cubs as well, we also get that same personality trait making its way when he fights Shay and Tevin. But nonetheless, my bad. It felt like I was just like rambling. But what you guys think about it? How you guys think like how Jacob died, or what would be the situation to the death of Jacob, right? Okay. So there was a big investigation, and all that he left the dojo after. He was cleared unintentional homicide, they called it. He hasn't been back since. So he killed Jacob and left. Okay, because yeah, I want to do a deep dive as we reading the story. You feel me? And you guys let me know what you guys think. So how you guys think that Jacob died? Or the situation could have been when Jacob Rokaz fought. Wow, he got away with it. Stoots, I got Stoots would be like tongue clicking. I kick his ass if he ever comes here again. Oh, look at my little human boy making threats. Whatever, old man. Your student got your back this time. I love that. I love how this scene is being told from Leo's perspective. I never noticed that when I read this earlier, that this is an actual scene told from Leo's perspective completely. Because I thought, writing wise, when Brent did this portion, that he did it from Shay's perspective, and then no, he did it from Leo's perspective, and then after we see the Jacob stuff, he does it from Shay. No, this is completely Leo's perspective, and I love how the dojo doesn't matter, the home doesn't matter to Leo. Shay saying that line really solidified the doubt that Leo had in his life up until this point, really showing that he felt that he went down the right path with teaching these Kimyos and adopting Shay to be his own son, essentially, through the death, after the death of Sabito. But anyway, let's get back to it. Of that, I am certain. Go on now. I'll finish up the cleaning today. I know you have your usual chores to attend to. And Shay goes to the doctor. Ah, yes, Mr. Hart. To see you still in one piece mostly. Hey, Doc. How you been? Work has gotten a little hectic these days, you know, the average bar fight, but with Kimyos, God has really got to, wow, I can't even talk. God has been really good to me, regardless. So, no complaints here. Juliana is having her 6th child. Can you believe it? Wow, your daughter is a superhero, Evan. Most definitely. Now, back to you, young man. Let's see here. The usual. I got you topped up on all your prescriptions. I also added new drugs called amoxicillin. This bad boy should help with the internal bleeding. 1 a day as per usual. Any improvements in the left eye? Still a bit dim, Doc. I would say I can only see at 60% capacity. Shay. As a doctor and a father, please consider my advice. I can do my best to ensure you are topped up on all your required medication, but I cannot make you stop what you do on your own time. Your body is tougher than the average human, yes. I'm assuming that will be thanks to Leo's training, but you are still lucky to be alive. And back then, it would be the case that we would assume it to be thanks to Leo's training. However, in this case, it's thanks to him having the former body of Thanatos, and because he doesn't have a talent, the chi that he does have that's linked to the ether is essentially making sure he stays alive through reinforcing his body with chi. And that's why, even though he has all these medical conditions, he's still able to move and do martial arts perfectly fine. Knowing how violent Rakash was, it wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't under blinded bloodlust when he challenged him. Yeah, I don't think it was under blinded bloodlust when he challenged him. I think it was a battle of pride when he challenged him. Imagine having 6 kids. Nah. I got 5 nieces, bro. I'm cool. I don't need to imagine it. Okay, so let me see. You can't hide this from your friends and families forever. The pain and discomfort will reveal itself in time. Will reveal itself whether willing or not. Your lab results are the same. A punctured lung, which has still not been given the time to repair itself, fractured to both clavicles, meaning both collarbones, and bruised shoulder socket, severe tissue and muscle scarring, nerve damage to the right hand, damage to the left optic nerve, a chipped rib, and 7 ankle screws. And the internal bleeding still has not subsided. Shay, is the Fight Club money really worth it? Your body is at a breaking point, young man. You keep pushing it way too far. Your life is before you. I am worried that you are shaving off more and more of that time daily. Dr. Evan, I really do appreciate your concern for me, but I still got some fire left in me. Besides, the money is good. Yeah. Besides, the money is going to a very good cause. Wow. Wow. Am I sleepy? Hold on, chat. Can't even play Jenga. It's crazy. Hold on, chat. Let me get up real quick. Where's my bank card and my wallet? That water, grandma water. You gonna get some water? I didn't even put mine in water. All right. I ain't want no coffee. Give me an energy drink. Take water. Then we back to it. Give me an energy drink. There we go. Now, no, it's not. Let me just put it back in front of my face. Fix a D here. It's crazy because y'all can hear music or ad. I don't know which one it is, but I can't hear it. Man, this shit getting heavy. All right.
Your AI model looks right, but the details still feel off. Wrong dimensions, lost details, unstable structures, high 3.
Right. I never noticed whenever someone tries to tell Shay or suggest Shay about taking care of his body, he always looks down. And this whole thing right here is also reinforced by Yuna, about him, his body being at the breaking point, and him not appreciating his life. He's shaving off bits of his life. You said it yourself. I'm tough for a human. Very well, Mr. Hart. You tell me if you need anything at all. Thanks again, Dr. Evan. I must say, you look pretty healthy, sir. The wife still got you doing that yoga? Nay, I have chosen a far manlier form of exercise, karate. Take care of yourself, Mr. Hart, and you'll grow old and live as happy as I am. And one thing I do want to let you know, for personal experience, like I said, I know I said in the previous video that I broke my collarbone, a right one twice. So the fact that this man is still able to lift up his collarbone, hold things over his shoulder, and things like that, with the injury, with no chi, with no talent, no natural healing from being a Kimyo, Thanatos' chi is working overtime in this man's body. And I love how take care of yourself, Mr. Hart. And we got the heart. And you'll grow old and live as happy as I am. And that is a death flag. That's a death flag for Shay. Because we know that Shay isn't taking care of himself, whether it's Ronin or season 3, we know he isn't taking care of himself. So when we have these smaller inserts in season 1, because season 1 does a lot of setup for Ronin, and inadvertently, even if Brent didn't know where he wants to take the series, season 1 has a ton of setup for Ronin in regards to ideals, and this is one of those very ideals that I'm kind of referencing right now. But hold on. Later that night, Proverbs. Okay, so he's at the beginning of Proverbs. Let me see. All right. So what you want to say? Like, that's about 12 verses. One, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm gonna just say 12, rounded off. About 12 verses. So the first 12 verses, I looked it up, is for purpose and goals. Chapter 1, verse 1 through 12. Serve as the vital prologue and mission statement for the entire book, establishing why wisdom is needed and how to pursue it. Purpose and goals, verse 1 through 6. To know wisdom and instruction, the book is not just for gathering random facts, but for gaining moral skills and practical training in living life and right living. To understand words of insight, it helps readers discern truth from deception. To receive wise dealings, it guides people in righteousness, justice, and equity. To give prudence to the simple, it offers practical sense to the inexperienced and knowledge and discretion to the youth. The wise listen. Even the wise will hear these words and increase their learning. And I love how that the wise listen, it teaches a lot of people about the Bible and about Christianity. And experience and knowledge and discretion to the youth, reflecting Shay. To receive wise dealings, it guides people in righteousness, justice, and equality. This reflects the Ilios talent, but also Leo, to understand words of insight, to help readers discern truth from deception. This takes place kind of like more of Shay to Ronin, or like Shay discovering that Abel has something to do with the Trinidad bombing, or you can even say this is essentially how real Cash feels, to know wisdom and instruction. This is Leo. This one panel deep as hell. This one panel is crazy. That one, bro. That one panel was crazy. Are we not? Am I tripping? The foundation is verse 7. Verse 7 is the core thesis of the entire book, stating that reverence, respect, and awe for God is the absolute beginning and foundation of for true knowledge. Rejecting foolishness. Conversely, fools despise true wisdom and moral discipline. That's Rakash. Verse 8 through 12. The parental warning against peer pressure. Listen to instruction, the reader to urge, obey the teachings of their father and mother, acting as a guide, like a graceful ornament. Just like how we see with Rakash not living a long and fruitful life from not listening to Leo's teachings, and Shay essentially doing the same thing, but had a more aptitude to listen to Leo rather than Rakash. Reject sinful enticements. Verse 10 through 12. Warn against the lure of violent or dishonest peers, sinners. The trap of wickedness. These verses highlight the dangers of the wicked, showing that rushing into criminal or harmful groups ultimately destroys the perpetrators themselves. That reflects Val, and that also reflects Shay, and it reflects K.O.D.E. Wow, so Brent was cooking with his panel, bro. This panel with Leap, bro. Oh my goodness, bro. That may be one of the strongest panels for Ordeal in regards to the story crafting for the series. That may be one of the strongest panels. This is crazy. I'm loving this, bro. Every time I do a reread of the series, because I'm, again, 4th reread, but every time I do a reread of the series, bro, it's amazing. I find little things. This nigga don't lock his doors. So why is Cash eyes inverted, bro? Okay, never mind. No, they're not. They're not inverted. It looked like they was inverted. You really have not changed, bro, Cash. I just feel so off leaving Master like that to close the dojo by himself, bro. Bro, Cash threatened them. Bro, Cash is a rich idiot, but he isn't that stupid to try killing the man who made him who he is, right? Yeah, I guess you're right. I'll go check on him first thing in the morning. Shay, listen, man. I know Master is like a father to you, but don't stress. He'll be alright, bro. Now, can I go? Now, can I please go? Or you will encourage the wrath of the beast on my chest. And I love small little things like this for the series. Shay, good night. I'll be taking my man back now. And then you got the explosion. You got bro, Cash talent activated, but he's still on the ground. Shoot, I hate being old. Am I too weak to avoid a firearm? He upped on his ass. Cash did more damage with that gun to anybody in the series, including that nuclear explosion of 3 nukes. Including the explosion worth 3 nukes. This is the most damage Cass has did to a person. That is hilarious. Man had to use a human tool as a Kimyo to do damage. Man said, I am not fighting this old man. Upped on his ass. Where did you get that gun, you fool? I told you he was mine to finish. You would not deprive me of this. Uncle, I just thought, look out, boy. Bro, this nigga spitting. This man Rokash is spitting. Phoenix Spear. Phoenix Spirit, isn't that like a knee move? Like a charging knee or a flying knee attack? Tap, gun on the floor. Then you got Leo looking back. And I guess Brent used these lines to show like a split moment, like this, from this motion to the gun dropping. In that split moment, Leo speaks with Bro Cash, and he uses the black lines to distinguish space in the location. Like they're essentially not in the same spot. Is this how you raised your nephew? Can you even begin to comprehend responsibility? What, how you do it? There we go. So that's basically what that sound is. You talk of ability as though you understand it, old man. You talk of ability. You talk of responsibility as though you understand it, old man. You refuse to acknowledge my power even after I put this failed dojo on the map. This place has never housed a stronger student. Jacob was nowhere near my progress. If he knew he could not have handled me, the fool should have never accepted my challenge. You will not speak his name again. Rokash. This wound will kill me. You succeeded in fostering a depraved mind in your nephew. And then we see Leo when Leo's attention is focused back on Rokash. We don't have those split boxes anymore, showing he turned his body around. They're now sharing the same scene or the same respective area in the scene. Because when Brent describes ordeal episodes, he's essentially saying that 2 episodes are 1 episode of anime, which would mean we are essentially reading episode 2 of Ordeal. But all that I had tried with you, not only as a student, but as a son. But somehow, you seem to have surpassed the point of reasoning. This night, I will address my mistakes. Ordeal, episode 3, and yeah, that's fire. Guys, can we take a moment to appreciate how good and realistic the art is and the music? OMG, cherry on top. Damn. Artist, the whole fucking vibe it gives playing amazing. Did the student really think he could be his master? Arrogant much? But if he does get to fight him, then please don't let anything happen to the old man. Not that he can't defend himself. I mean, look at him. But just to have a bit of luck on the side too, gang, no. I find it quite nice that a webtoon with some powerful black characters and it getting some attention. Not that I care very much about the color of one's skin, but it's nice to see that not every powerful person is white or Asian. He's cooking. The master's packing some serious heat. Don't know if it was intentional, but Rokash beard makes him look like a tiger. Maybe that's his talent. Super pumped for this series. Where you were super around. Can't wait for Michael B. Jordan to play Shay in a live action. It's crazy. Let's hope he gets better and doesn't need all the painkillers in Sixth Child. This man sounds like, that's Klutz right there. This man sounds like Klutz. That man said, yeah, nigga, 6 kids. All the other shit's cool, nah, bro, but 6 kids is crazy, yeah. Get your freaky ass on, old man. Tell your daughter, sit that down. If she got 6 kids, you got at least 4. Yeah, y'all ass hit the We Are Family. I got all my sisters and me. That's what they hit. They hit. Art. I ain't saying this, but since I'm neglecting the story, but the art is generally nearly on solo leveling and surpasses it in terms of fighting choreography and paneling. If this is just one artist, then in my opinion, it has already surpassed solo levels since they have a whole studio working on it. Man, he said that man's focused on the real info. 6 kids in this economy is crazy. He's a doctor though, bro. He's a doctor, bro. And he probably lives modestly. Especially because he's taking up karate. That man lives modestly, bro. He's a very modest man, bro. He just be chilling. Kicking it with the fam. I mean, all you do is go to work and kick it with the fam. Yeah, that nigga make kids, man. Needs some excitement in his life. But his daughter, making 6 kids? Yeah, bro. She ain't the doctor. To my knowledge. Only her daddy is. She's a freaky frog, man. 6 kids in that economy and you not your daddy? Yeah. Yeah, you cooking. You cooking. So, Clips, where would you say would be a good stopping point for the first part? Okay. Amelia Anton, this remastered version of everything. There is much more content, but the soul of the original series is freaking here. I hope we get weekly updates. So, is there any way for me to find like the original iteration of Ordeal? Cause I know they said Brent redid the first season. So I kind of want to see what was the initial condition of Ordeal. I think because entering the tournament would probably be a nice stopping point. Granted, we probably wouldn't have to end the stream or anything like that. I'm probably gonna turn these what you think about me turning the read-throughs into videos? But granted, it'll be content that I can drop throughout the week. So, like for example, our discussion about Quill's potential, or our deep dive into any small little things about Ordeal, and then make those videos while I have the videos I edit come out on Sunday, or bigger projects come out on Sunday that you don't know. Hey man, I've been forgotten. My heart's something for real. I cannot feel. I'm not gonna lie. I need to hear that one ordeal song. Something forgotten. Something for real. I cannot feel. I love that song. That song is that shut the fuck up and lock in. Oh, bro, I did. Like, even with these reactions, like, little parts like this would be cut out. Not reaction, the read through. Alright. Alright, episode 4. Come on, old man. Leo Thomas, talent. Making those videos will also help since you even took a deeper dive into aspects of chi between Quill, Zom, and Cash. I bet. I got you. I'll make those videos then. See? See? So we got Leo charging forward. Cash getting put back. Hit his ass in the jaw. And I love, if you notice, where Leo hits Cash is the same spot that Shay did the tap to Quill. Showing not only the difference in technique, but showing that Shay is picking up on the teachings of Leo. Weave. Punches through him. And this is what I mean by, in this moment, we fights Leo. Rokash is using rock armor. But because he doesn't have the amount of chi Shay has, when it's at a spot that he can't defend, or he doesn't see, or he doesn't know where it's going to impact that, he can't apply rock armor right there, which allows him to get hit with the full force of that attack. Grab him by his collar, throw him to the sky, and I love this sequence. Increases the heat to the point the ground becomes molten right here. And we even see the artistic difference between how Brent draws molten floors in season 3 versus how he does it in season 1. What, an aerial attack? And so he propels himself up, zigzags around, and then goes straight up. Damn it, he won't give me a second to activate my talent. So the fact that Rokash has to activate his talent really shows that he has a ton of chi that needs to be put into his talent for him to constantly keep it going. So that's not only a testament to his chi limit, but also a testament to their requirements for unmask. Okay. Go past Rokash, scissors off the ground, or is it that? And he doesn't even know that Leo goes around him to the point where Leo doesn't even goes off the ceiling. He bounces off the nearest wall, after altering his trajectory to hit Rokash in his blind spot again. I have completely frozen. So let me see what made Rokash say he was frozen. Okay, so it was the jaw shot. It wasn't the eternal blow, but it was actually when he gets hit in the no, it's the rib shot. It's a kidney shot. Yeah, it's a kidney shot. Your body's in pain. So yeah, he got hit directly on the kidney with a chi and has punched. Okay. And that's why he couldn't move. This man got hit so hard from behind, pause, because that was crazy, that he turned around and the spear hit him in the back. No, it hit him in the chest, because when Leo was right here, Rokaz turned around and tried to respond to Leo. No, he's been completely frozen. So no, so when Leo hits him, it twirls Rokaz in the air. So he hits him in the back and it twirls Rokaz. Now he's facing forward. And so we get the cinematic of Rokaz being able to look at Leo now, even though Leo hit him from the back. Okay. Crazy. Ilios. And then we have, if this was like later on, this would be a sun right here. But we have the initial starting point as the pressure or force being applied to one singular point, but the force also being dispersed outward after being applied to that single point to cause Leo to have enough kinetic energy and inertia to be able to go down that fast. Descending meteor. Shoot. I am far too old to heal a wound like this anymore. You knew my strength would deteriorate with age. Congratulations. You have placed me seconds away from death. But as for you, Rokash, and he's looking at him, and he speed blitzes him. And I wish we get, I like this paneling right here. Because this is a perspective shot for Rokash, and I would love it bring something like this back to glaze a character strength compared to another. So like, let's say for example, if someone is fighting a Zom and a Zom activates Kieran and they see the lightning activate, they see the Zom essentially become a lightning-like figure. He disappears and we see like a line of motion to the initial direction that he was going, and then we'll get the impact panel. However, the impact panel will work as a double panel where we'll get an environment shot with it, where we can see the trail that Azam followed from his initial point of activating Kieran to where he would end up, so that way we could tell the direction in which he was moving. Not only that, but we could tell how quickly he has switched the direction, but we'll be able to tell that from his perspective from the impact shot, while the experience of fighting that haste-like or fast-moving Kimyo will be from the person who's being underwhelmed. So that way, not only are we getting a dual version of storytelling, but we're also able to properly apply the power scaling or the scaling in general to a haste type user compared to someone who isn't a haste type user, and how they experience that speed like phenomenon. As I perish, I will ensure you live the rest of your days maimed. One thing about Leo is he gonna take your eye out. Minamoto, now, Rokash. Ah! He sounds like Kermit when he screams. And then we got Leo on the ground, eyeball in hand. Rokash crying out. Uncle, hey, get up. The building's already caving in on itself. We gotta move now. Damn you, Leo. So Leo, when he did that to Rokash, he literally scratched or clawed down from his eyebrow with 3 hands, plucked out his eye, and kept clawing down. It's crazy. That's crazy. And then we got the building caving in for Leo's last moments. Shay. tap, pat, tap, pat. Okay, the rain. Dearly beloved, we gather here today to mourn the death of Leo Thomas, a great man. He was my friend. He asked for this small gathering in the event of his passing. He made a name for himself through his extraordinary abilities, even though he refused to acknowledge his own fame. Irrespective of that fame, it was his kindness and heart of compassion that stood out to all those who knew him. In this world's perspective, Leo was a flame of power. Wow. In this world's perspective, Leo was a flame of power, but his friends hold him as a true beauty in love. Shay, we know Rokaz did this. We all want revenge. Sitting here on our asses solves nothing. I was looking around and Rokaz is having a tournament next month to celebrate his placing in the top 150 globally. Winner gets to take him on 1v1. His sick idea of a prize. We want you to go present our gem. We want you to go represent our gem, the Red Embers. Shay, only 2 combatants can enter per establishment. Me? I'm the only one of us without a talent. What sense does that make? We don't care about that, nor is it a meaningless proposition, Shay. Being human has never limited you. Master always acknowledged you as the brightest when it comes to combat among us. And you won't be alone. I'll be at your side. And he looks over. This is the first time we see rage in Shay's eyes. Very well, then. Once we agree on the same target, when do we start? Ordeal. Episode 4. And all right. Now, let me see how deep are we into this stream. We're about 2 hours, 3 hours in. All right. So what we can do. So you think we should stop before the tournament clips, right? We should stop before the tournament. All right, let me see. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Man, I forgot how short it was. Mm-hmm. We'll give chat a second. Now, chat, we can continue.
We know that leaders rise to
or
and camaraderie is the secret language of 3 a.m. We know because
we could either stream some video games How about when Shay uses Ilios? can do that. Hey, cuz, hello. How much do you know about Naruto?
Mommy said they still have the light on.
Dre got it. Wait. Hold on. Got to see it in a couple hours. All right. I'm decent on the info. All right, when I'm done with this, we're gonna talk. Cause what we're gonna do is I'm gonna stream on my gaming channel, so that way we can start gaining momentum a little bit over there, and you can see where I play through. And I'll just wait to smoke. That's fine. All right, let's go. I don't like when my camera does that. Give me a second. I don't like when it does that autofocus shit. All right. All right, clinch. And then we got 4 months later. Welcome to the Rokash Enterprise Combat Stadium. This is a lot of people. Everyone would love to watch a fight. I already booked you to a changing room. All you gotta do now is sign the registry and you're in. Day 1 of the event has a few heavy hitters facing off. First to rack up views. Tevin, you are fight number 7, and Shay is fight number 8. Tevin Matthias Charles, you will be careful. Like, bro, I just love little shit like this, bro. This is a lot of people. Everyone would love to watch a fight.
Check this out. This is how I can afford this Jeep Wrangler.
I was paying $243 for my brand new Jeep for insurance coverage. You can see the breakdown right here. And
Tevin, you are fight number 7, and Shay is fight number 8. Tevin Matthias Charles, you will be careful. Today, we take a look at the host of the Central Human. What the heck? What is that? Today, we take a look at the host of the Central Human and Kimyo MMA or Mixed Martial Arts Tournament. Rokash rapper side. The local Kimyo sensation, they all get irritated why y'all praising this man for, bro. He's a murderer. The man himself, Trinidad and Tobago's first Kimyo to be held in the world's top 150 fighters, strongest fighters. The now 61-year-old millionaire is nothing short of a prodigy. Minus his questionable past incidents with the police, Rokash has amassed for himself a reliable fortune and fame. Rokash rapper side, local millionaire hosts MMA commemoration event. Everybody stand up, give it up. It's the best time today. An unstoppable speed hunter. Everyone is a captive signboard. Yeah, come on. What the fuck does that mean, bro? From 47 wins and 3 losses in his MMA career, Rokash had obtained 8 properties around the world over the span of 37 years. Alongside his own hotel, the rapper said towers several pro racing endorsements and his own clothing line. Rokash is our very own wonder kid. We all share sympathies. We all share our deepest sympathies to Mr. Rokash as 4 months ago. The nation was forced to mourn the death of his former teacher, legend, and war hero, Leo Thomas. Shoot. If they only knew what that bastard did. Disgusting. A martial arts competition have been reimagined through the integration of Kimyo competition or competitors. Rokash local millionaire event. Martial arts competitions have been reimagined through the integration of Kimyo competitors. Now, why does this remind me of Tetsu Tetsu and Red Riot from My Hero vs. Academia? Power cannot be faked. You either possess it or you don't. However, for those who do, the line between mediocre and immense power is drawn with the blood of those who disregard the absolute gap. Hey, my nigga John Nelly, fresh as hell. The black on yellow, because the yellow suit would have been too loud. But the black on yellow, the black with the yellow, the complement, with the black little handkerchief, with the yellow handkerchief, I mean. And if you ask me, his most recent combat scar makes this man twice as intimidating as previously believed. I've heard enough. We move now. So, what's the plan? Don't die in the first fight. Don't die in the first fight. This is a BC, brutal context, Raider tournament. Opponents are allowed to kill each other to instantly win a round. So we're allowed to kill each other to instantly win a round. It's crazy. Okay. BC brutal context tournaments are MMA competitions rated 21 plus, where fatal wounds are incurred at times are too deadly to restrict murder in the arena. Massive would kill us for entering this tournament. I didn't tell my girl this was BC rated anyway. Guess I'm up first. Ladies and gentlemen, our 4th match of the night. We have Tevin from the East. Good luck, babe. And his opponent, Sunrise the Untouched. A Kimyo whose speed is unparalleled. And as a result, Sunrise has never been injured in his MMA career. I see. A tank versus a speedster. I like their taste. I know you, man. You're like one of the fastest Kimyos, right? Well, I'm actually one of the toughest. And what's crazy is I thought only Azam knew who Sunrise was. Sunrise is actually known even by Tevin. It takes a lot to move me, to be honest. So let's have a chill fight. Speed Blitz. And Sunrise's whole thing is initiative. Mr. Rocash, is there anything I can get you, sir? Yeah, and this is one of those things where Cash was talking about activating his talent. Yo, what's poppin', Nani? Listen closely. I don't know. We haven't decided yet. We have a few topics that we talked about so far that could be videos, but we haven't. I haven't made a decision. This kind of gets me thinking. Listen closely. All have failed in trying to lay a finger on me. You are be no exception. Sunrise. Talent. Image fusion threshold. A speed talent master. Stoops. So now we technically have a somewhat ranking because it would go, I guess, masters of their talents. And then the masters who are considered to be the strongest Kimyo, which will be the top 50, so it'll go masters, masters, then top 150. Then we have what? The Royal Bloods, or what? The Pillars, and then we have the Royal Bloods, then we have the God tier. Okay. Small little thing, but it's definitely important to how we scale everything for the series itself. So I'm locked in. But it's kind of, I can't wait to get to the knuckle fight. We're gonna talk about it then. Okay, Tevin comes in with a wide straight, gets countered. You gotta be kidding me. He starts burning his chi. So Sunrise is burning his chi to run fast, which means this will be the real Sunrise because he creates an after image after running, which means this will be the image itself, and this will be the actual Sunrise. So when we look at Tevin in this situation, even though Tevin knows a lot about Sunrise, he knows how to utilize the blind side of his talent, or at least he knows enough about Sunrise that we can say he knows how to identify where he would be, because Tevin completely ignores where Sunrise was in his initial position to look over to him at the left where his real body is. Cinema, I see you, Brent. I see you. I see you, Brent. You was cooking. You was cooking. And you gave us the difference, not only with the different fighting techniques that's being implemented between fighters. Like, for example, if we were to compare Sunrise to how Quill fights, for example. With Quill fighting, he uses a lot of misdirections in order for him to be able to utilize his talent to skewer you, of course, but mostly those skewers work not as an offensive talent, but more of a defensive aspect to himself, so much so that Shay was able to identify Quill or being holed up in his spikes to avoid being hurt. Now, we clearly see the difference in skill and quality between a human and a Kimyo fight, which would mean that Quill will scale under someone like Sunrise. And so when Sunrise is fighting someone like Quill, it'll actually be the worst matchup for Quill, because Sunrise his whole thing is being able to complete solid images to allow him to misdirect or mislead his opponent. And with Quill being at this current state right now where he's only able to flex one muscle at a time, essentially sending chi to that muscle, allowing it to protrude out in spikes, that would mean that once a situation appears where he activates his talent in regards to Sunrise, he will be able to misdirect Quill and land a devastating blow like this, which is opposite to what Shay was doing, which was landing a jumping kick, which he can't change the direction of that kick and in front of Quill to allow him to properly prepare. while the moment the fight itself starts and Tevin is stuck in dialogue, Sunrise would try to take the initiative and go into Quill's blind spot, which is also a characteristic we see with other haste talent users, even as early as this, because when we look at episode 2 with Azam and Leo's fight or sparring session, Azam chose to go behind Leo instead of in front of Leo, showing the foundation of the Kimyo itself being different from a human fighter like Shay, who wants to go in front of you, or doesn't have the option to go into the blind spot with a burst of speed like a haste user. And we see Azam trying to go behind Leo from one blind spot to another in order to initiate an attack on Leo. And we see that same thing with Sunrise. And so given that we know that Sunrise is burning his chi, it's essentially saying that once the images are created, they're still moving fast, which means when he divides his chi up into those images, he could essentially be dividing a certain amount or percentage up, or burning a percentage up into those Kimyos or to those specific solid images to allow them to continue to utilize the speed. Now, if it's not the case that he's able to apply chi to those constructs like we see with Alpha Teeth, then that will mean essentially the blind side to Sunrise's talent will be that the after images will work as a misdirection, but wouldn't be able to move at the same speed as the original, allowing them to be identified based on them moving slower. However, due to Sunrise being able to move so quick, even if you identify them as the original, doesn't mean you're going to have enough time to react to what Sunrise is doing. Which leads me to ultimately say that's why Sunrise is considered a master, because his initial fault is also essentially covered. The blind side of his talent is covered through sheer speed. But because that blind side exists and the way he fights is to take initiative, disregarding defense, also works as a different blind side to not his talent, but his personality, which the talent is coded to the personality and not the personality being coded to the talent. So that is a different blind side with his personality rather than it being the blind side for his talent. So when Tevin wins this fight, he takes advantage of the blind side of the personality rather than the blind side of the talent. And I love how you can also see that as although he is a master of his talent, he isn't a master of himself yet. But anyway, that's kind of what I got for Sunrise. And why I think he would beat Quill, what method he could use to beat Quill, how his talent essentially works, why Tevin was able to defeat him with his talent, and also the blind side of not only his talent, but his personality as well. So anyway, let's continue on. Let's continue on with the read through. Mr. Rokash, is there anything I can get you, sir? And he's right there, irritated. Sees Tevin goes across the ground. Listen closely. All have failed in trying to lay a finger on me. You shall be no exception. So, what do you think about that concept, Klebs and Nauni, if you're still here? About at least my thoughts on Sunrise, because I think like characters like this are really amazing in regards to how we view the power system. Because yeah, we could use the Unga Bunga big explosion as characters, but if the power system doesn't have a good foundation, there's nothing to build on in regards to support for those bigger things in the power system. And also, I'm kind of using these live streams as a way to practice for videos to become a better content creator as well. So let me know what you guys think of how I kind of presented that information to you guys, even though it's in the stream form rather than me making a script for everything. And you know what I'm saying? Just let me know real quick. I'm about to smoke a cigarette. I had one, but I gave it to my sister. while I was smoking it. So, huh? What did my lighter go? That's crazy. I'm gonna get my boys on the phone. Disrespecting the session. All right. Stoops, counter seven, and then he used enough for 3. Sunrise the Untouched. I've heard of him. As a fellow speed talent user, this talent is called Image Fusion Threshold. The vortex created by his movement provides his after images enough time to materialize, creating duplicates of himself. Get that defense up, Tevin. You're a tank. I love this image. Am I getting inspired again? To make another joint? So Nani, we made a thumbnail, you missed it. But I can show you it real quick. Or a wallpaper or so what I'm gonna do, Nani, yeah, we're gonna have talking points and things like that. But when I see a panel that's gonna inspire me to do something or make a wallpaper, a thumbnail or something, so that way we can have our proper practice. And then we're gonna pause the read through and do that. So for example, we made this right here, Nani. This is the last time I was inspired. It was from chapter 2. Just let me know if you're here, Nani, and I'll show you the joint real quick. Just put whatever in chat. Cause people who was here, they kind of seen it already. Hold on. Nani, you there? See, Nani's a fraud, bro. That's the picture right there, Nani. And I know it's not right there because Nani's not here. We made it back because Nani's not here. This is probably the best ordeal thing I make. And all this is from being inspired. From me just looking at one picture. And I want to use the images of the things that we've seen thus far. This guy vanished from the face of the world. Nah, he just vanished from the face of the stream. All Nani did was just hurt my feelings. He just hurt my feelings. Bruh. Wait, what season is that song in clips that I've been forgotten? ain't for real. Man. That shit's so hard. That shit's so hard.
It's hard for us to imagine.
Okay, season 2. It's gotta be season 2. I just went through each individual track. Yeah, season 2 shit so peak. I've been forgot. See, most replayed. It's something so till I cannot feel. I'm trying, damn it. So you're like, get your guard up, Tev. I'm trying. More. Shoot, I can't take it. And even as a tank, when we see that nature that Tevin has, with him second guessing himself, and if we take into account again, the talent being coded for the personality, Kevin has an adaptable talent. So when he feels like he can't do anything, he adjusts to the situation. He adapts to the situation. And that adaptability comes from his ability not being able to take much of it, right? I can take it. More. Don't you dare underestimate him. Hey, that shit's so hard. I can't lie. And you see the hide itself being forced. He's literally, if we notice that Tevin is a lot less skilled with his hide, because just like Rokashi needs time to activate his talent, of course, but it's not as instant as we've seen before. He has to essentially, if we're looking at it, like the blood vessels, he's changing his code, his genetic code, just like how we see with the boar. He's changing his genetic code, and it started from the level of his blood. Now, someone asked me, do I believe that Tevin, in the previous stream, do I believe that Tevin is able to stay in Forge Hide longer if he were to oxidize his blood through Rhino Hide? Now, it looks like it might be a little bit more possible now, since Rhino Hide is actually applied through the muscle tissue, the blood vessels, and recoding his DNA. So it could be possible for him to do it safely through oxidation and recoding his DNA. So yes, we may see Tevin actually utilize Rhino Hide in order to increase the oxygen, to increase the amount of blood being pumped by the heart, if he's able to apply both Rhino Hide and Black Forge on top of one another, because the Forge will force his heart to pump more blood or use more blood, and then Rhino Hide will oxidize the oxygen from his lungs to increase the amount of oxygen that the heart has, to force the heart to create more blood to allow Forge to operate longer. Okay, so essentially he only has to add one part, and we know that Tevin's able to add portions of hide to things. So it's possible. That's definitely a possible Tevin upgrade. You know what we came here for. You know what we came here for. All right, don't you dare underestimate us. And then we got the explosion of chi. And one thing I do love is that Rokaz said that the high users are flashy, and this is really flashy. It's like he literally forces all of the clones back with pure chi. Huh? And we noticed one thing that Son Raz says that Tevin wouldn't be able to touch him, and Tevin's chi touches Son Raz. Oh, I see you, Brent, nigga. You was cooking. You was cooking, nigga. Wait, Brent. You was cooking during this fight. On top of that, Season 1 Rhino versus Season 3 Rhino, we can see Tevin needs to get less oxygen than this version. Exactly. And if you notice, before he transforms, he actually has his mouth open, exhaling, taking in air. And if you look at the wind around, which is from Son Raz, hits, he's still inhaling more air, and we see the reaction. And as he's inhaling air, he's activating his talent. And then transforms. Rhino hide. Tevin Matthias Charles. The ability to create a protective shell or hide that increases defensive and offensive capabilities. Talentless, control, corrode, creation, elemental, haste, hide, kinesis, power, psychic, range control, range, shift, state, support, toxic, void, warp. So far in the story, we've seen a state talent. We see a haste talent, 2 haste users, 1 hide user, one kinesis user, and 1 corrosion and hybrid. Well, yeah, 1 corrosion, not even hide. 1 corrosion user. Chi, an energy force emitted by the Kimyo race, used to manifest abilities. And when it said energy, fuck energy, energy. It's the energy. That's what we're gonna start saying, chat. It's the energy. It's the energy. Fuck Chi being the energy. It's the energy. Hey man, it's the energy, man. Hey man. Let's look at the comments. I hate Rokaz, but I won't lie, that scar is pretty sick. Kirishima, is that you? Am I logged in? Okay, I'm logged in. No comment. Insert relatable and interest comment here. I ain't never seen so many beautiful portrayed black people in a webtoon. I wouldn't be surprised if Rokaz was choosing Tevin and Shay opponents himself. They're better not KO Tevin. I was not expecting Tevin to be the man on the cover for this episode. His Rhino hide looks like a villain ability. It was a shock, but man, was it cool. Again, he has energy. It's the energy! Okay? It's the energy. Shout out Sonya Tagari. You know what I'm saying? A Royal Blood made that one. Made the energy. Now that was that's why she wasn't the God tier, G. It's the energy. She missing the G for God tier. It's the energy. She missing the G for God tier. I didn't know Rokaz was 61. Dude was good for his age. Hold on. Okay, he's number 97. Try to see where they show his age. Okay, right here. The now 61-year-old millionaire. The internet. The internet. Why the internet do him like that, bro? The internet. That's hilarious. The fucking internet. All right, we changing. And then we got all the chi. I've never noticed
Once you pop,
that
pop don't
Tevin
stop.
actually has pupils in Rhino Hide. They're white. So when Leo retired, that meant that Rokash was born when Leo retired.
Help me build a go-to-market deck for a new product line covering materials, financial projections, and market.
That's crazy. I see one of my videos on the thing. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Oh, okay, my bad. The internet was hidden right there. My bad. That's on me. The song gave me a different type of energy. Y'all don't even know I'm doing my little bop right now. Gotta get the energy up. The internet. The internet. Hey man, shout out to the internet, man. All right, let's keep going. Nani? And I love how we have the Japanese aesthetic. This is the first time where we actually have, and we're taking into account that Rokash is one of the top 150 Kimyos in the world. The fact that this is our first time in this tournament seeing a phrase that isn't Shu or Stutz really shows that this is a tournament that accepts global fighters. These are fighters from all around the world in this tournament. And you can say that this tournament is a tournament that caps out around rank 97. And because it's a lethal tournament, you can honestly ask or do a hypothetical situation to what would y'all say if I did what if Andrea joined Rokash tournament instead of the Cubs? That would give us a different type of energy. I'm just saying it's a different type of energy. Nani. And he swings. And we can tell. So look, one thing that you can notice is if you noticed in this scene right here that he was thrown off guard. That initiation, that initiative that he was trying to get, he doesn't have anymore.
Want to break into cybersecurity?
So in this
but
moment,
don't have experience?
Tevin throws the similar punch that he did.
Scenarios to teach you technical skills. You'll be able
I'll have
to
to go
step
back.
foot in your first job and feel comfortable and confident in the skills
This
that you've
guy,
learned in
amen.
the certificate. And
But because he has his talent activated, the punch is not only enhanced by Tevin's chi, but it's actually a lot faster because it's reinforced with chi. So much so that you can say that Sunrise has a similar blind side to someone like Jose Martinez from season 3, where he gets lost, even though he has this super strong talent. If he gets lost in thought, or he gets lost in thought a lot when he sees something unexpected, that it cuts down his reaction time. I bet. I think I'm gonna do the Royal F series for like versus. And then I like this panel. Clips, I might have just gotten inspired. What kind of talent is this? Wait, we gotta lock in. He transforms. Chi going crazy. Nani? Shoot. What kind of talent is this? Bro, this man's Sunrise is going through it. Tevin reveals his talent after being pushed. Amazing! The elusive rhino hide makes its appearance. With this talent type, a self-generated shell encases the user as protective skin or a hide. This grants the wearer a range of increased attributes or special related strengths. And so now Sunrise is running towards Tevin. And if you notice, Sunrise, when he retreated, again, the initial creation of where he is the image. So you don't want to look there. We actually see Tevin beginning to turn his head, but we see the image beginning to be created. And then he increases his speed to the point where now he makes 3 automatically without even making contact with Tevin. Game on. This side makes me far tougher, Sunrise. So you can say in this moment right here, he burns his chi a ton. There's no way I can match his speed. In fact, I'm even slower with all this added weight. So actually I was wrong. Even with the reinforcement of chi, the added weight makes him slower. So he was able to throw that initial punch and throw him off guard because Sunrise wasn't focused. Okay. Okay. Perhaps I can wear him out. And then he stops. Far. What happens to the after images? He needs them. And then the other after images divert him so he can split off his chi into the after images. They use the remnants of the chi left behind from him essentially moving faster. But what? You gotta be kidding me. His attacks are going through my armor? Piercing damage. So you can even say, when we take into account how rock armor works, this would mean that Tevin hide, his rhino hide, is a natural application of rock armor. Which would mean rock armor is a technique that is used by other talent types, but is reminiscent or essentially comes from or inspired by how a high talent uses its high or creates its high. And we see that with Sunrise running towards him, and Tevin can see Sunrise, but he hits Tevin with a pinpoint strike, pinpoint flying knee strike to the chin. And although he has all this armor around him, it still gets through the armor, which means it has the same application or the same weakness as rock armor, which will mean that Tevin would essentially Rhino Hide will be a rock armor. Its technique in theory or in application. You're taking too many hits, Tevin. Find his weakness now. What did Master teach us? Talents are simply smoldering flames within a person. They can either be nourished or extinguished. Flames have enemies as well as they have kindling. Hold on. Grab that image. All right. Sometimes the Titan's greatest strength from a reverse angle can also be his biggest downfall. This obscure spark is known as the blind side of talents. I think I want to use this image too. Damn it, Tevin. Think, think, think. The ground. And he notices tap. He's fast, but he has to touch the ground. Here I come. Come then, and come at the same speed. Oh yeah. That's fire. And he stumps the ground. No! And he grabs him. And if you see Sunrise, that's what I mean, but he's a spaz, bro. He's like Jose. He's still making contact with the ground, if you noticed. Like right here, he's not touching it, right? But if we look right here, his foot is made contact with the ground. He could have initiated his talent again and hit Tevin. Tevin has turned the fight in his favor. What a show! You may have been granted speed, Sunrise, but I was granted power. Oh yeah, nigga said, go beyond. Plus ultra. Oh man, that nigga, that's what that nigga said, bro. I like this panel. And then it's crazy. He put so much chi into this punch that it was not only an automatic knockout, but the explosion of chi around Tevin's fist. Yeah, that's fire. It's fire. We gonna take that. We gonna take that one. Whenever this image decides to process, because sometimes I've been forgotten. And and then boom, he sends him flying. Wow, and you can really see, if we're counting this as where the octagon is as a foundation point, right? That punch has so much chi that essentially Tevin crushed the ground. And when you have something like this, our pure chi expression, you can even say that up until this point, we haven't seen anybody damage the ground with the amount of chi being dispelled from an attack. Since Rhino Hide doesn't have any particular attacks, it's just Tevin brawling. So you can even say this was the moment where you can assume that Tevin had that god tier potential. Sends him flying. Good God. Incredible. Is Tevin testing the strength of our protective barrier? What a shot. Sunrise is unconscious. That's for a cheap shot. That's for the cheap shot. That nigga is done. This nigga arm is laying down. Out of commission. Let's go. Nigga said, let's go! And that nigga Azam is turned. He's turned right now. Yo, Lewis, where's Shay? Shay, he went to prepare himself. He's next. And this is the first time we actually got the emblem. The symbol of Shay carrying the mantle. Which is why I named this stream what I named it, because that's what these initial chapters is about. It's about the pride of Rokaz and the succession of Leo. But also with underlying tones of the succession of the pride of Shay as well. When it comes to dealing with the succession of Leo. Honestly, I'm worried, Tevin. Shay's never this serious. The whole plan is simply to expose Rokaz. However, I'm afraid to see Shay's reaction when he sees him face to face. Crowd cheers. But hey, this is such a black. Hey, bro, I never noticed this guy before. This is a black thing, gang. Niggas we really go get their head chopped and put the symbol in their head. The thing like, I done seen niggas with Nike signs and they shit. This nigga got brutal contacts for the hairline. I see you, Brent. And next, our following fight, Shay Hart versus Nanaku. They were paired based on their previous tournament scores. Over their careers representing their respective genders, they have both made a name for themselves. Oh man, definitely that oxygen from the water. The human fighter, Shay, yes I said human, his combat wisdom is reflected in his skill. And ladies and gentlemen, the mutant fighter Nanaku, his gym only participate in brutal context tournament. That speaks volumes. I'm pissed. So he doesn't actually have a named gym. Having BC on your head is crazy, amen. The tournament where I showcase my talents to the world, they disgrace me by having me fight a damn boy with no talent? Yes. No matter, after you die, human, I would simply move on to the next fight. The irony! The All right, we going on to episode 7. We're moving on to episode 7. Mm-hmm. Was this a joke? Don't stand in my way. Shay, talent, none. You look familiar, boy. And it's crazy how he didn't say anything for Tevin's fight. But he says it for Shay's fight. And while Shay's is taking a more tight guard, Nanaki is boistering his claws. So he's taking a more animalistic guard. Take a shot for every injury. Okay, so he throws a, what is that? Looks like a hook, but it's really more like a haymaker. He deflects the haymaker, the motion provided by the haymaker by moving his elbow. Tapping his elbow out the way. He then grabs that same arm and pulls him down to a better position to claw him with his other hand. However, Shay counters what he's trying to do, and we see this is a testament to Shay's martial artist prowess and his flexibility and his ability to react when the opponent thinks he is unable to, because Blink draws him with the white eye, showing his aggression and that same thing I just spoke of. Go, Shay! Your boy Nanaku. What is he? A shark state or high talent user? Your question shall be answered shortly. Bring the heat, human. Shoes. So Shay bends back and use the momentum of him leaning forward to throw an elbow strike. I can smell your rage. I didn't know that Nanaku has a passive ability of being able to smell the emotions of the person he's fighting. And so he throws a counter elbow, and Shay throws a kick, a high kick. And through him reading Shay's rage, maybe that's allowing the Naku to keep up with his opponent. And I love how we have this skirmish, this interaction. And then it ends with a clash. Classic shonen, peak every time. You thought you would die a better death than this. I would be angry too. I have killed more than you have faced, Shay Hart. You would die like all the others, with the same of your fear cast upon your face. Nigga said, yeah, that's cool, gang. Drop kick. Prey always puts up a fight. How about we get serious, human? You are getting in the way of my mission, Nanaku. They are evenly matched. Do you really believe a human can match a Kimyo killing machine? Nanaku was bred for war. The deathmatch is his true element. He was bred for war. So are you telling me that Nanaku and whatever clan he is from are essentially like this aquatic-like clan or family that breeds to produce an even stronger high or state type talent that's fish reminiscent? And so up to a point of selective breeding, that they was able to produce someone who gets strong through combat and through the brutality of combat. And the Naku being able to get stronger through this is kind of reflective of the history that Kimyos have been through. And so through that constant experience of blood and ridicule, they bred a talent, or bred a Kimyo with a talent that's reflective of that nature in order to increase their survivability. Okay. Just you wait for first blood. Okay, he throws the punch and Shay weaves it and use the momentum of the weave to throw a back elbow. And he grabs Shay. And slashes him. Oh, that's a lot of blood, folks! It has only just begun. Nanaku draws first blood. Let's give the people a show, Heart. Bleed for me. Straight through my vest, it burns. Shoot. Hold on, you just need to make it to the next round. So if it's burned, that means Nanaku, when he amplifies his strength with chi, or when his strength is amplified in his initial state after transforming through blood, he has enough cutting power to cut through bone, because whenever you break a bone, that's a sensation you get, is a burning sensation. You're getting in the way of my family business, fish boy. You seem surprised, boy. So he throws a punch, Nanaku dodges and hits him with his palm. That forces him back. Nanaku already adjusted a little bit of the blood. And so now his physical prowess increased a little bit. But it's enough to be able to follow up after countering Shay before Shay can pull up a counter like what he did before. So he goes in with the flying knee and kicks Shay back. He then gets another taste, a full taste of Shay's blood, rather than the partial taste from his finger. Shay Heart, I can't seem to decide. Your head on a spike or heart in a jar? The fight is getting crazy. He tries to go in for another. Shay parries the strike at the middle of his arm to stop it from being able to progress further. Oh yeah, the choreography for this fight is amazing. The choreography for this fight is amazing. I can't lie to you. But we also see the difference between the human. We get a second telling between the difference of the destruction caused by a human versus a Kimyo versus a Kimyo versus a Kimyo. All right, so now we're on episode 8. Ooh. Okay, so he scratches Shay, scratches Shay, scratches Shay. Really showing like the difference in speed that Nanaki has, but also the gaps in Shay's defense to offense transition or offense to defense transition. The more you bleed, the less you will breathe. What? This nigga's a rapper. This nigga's, hey man, before he can go to the studio, he gotta whoop a nigga ass. Lewis, what is this? This is looking bad. Shay, wake up, man. Find the blind spot now. You look worried, Rhino boy. Do not waste your breath, boy. The hunting ground is a spectacle to behold. Is Nanaku hunting Shay? You see, during the hunt, once Nanaku draws first blood, he has already won, and I love. If y'all noticed, this is the first time that Brent draws a transition dialogue box into a completely red one. However, when we see how the dialogue boxes interact in season 3, then we get the fact that it's more of the words, and then we get like spots of blood to show the desperate Kimyo, a person trying to force themselves to talk and still forcing them to talk through such grievous injuries. And I love how this one is used to express killer intent, because it seems that even with him talking about Nanaku, Jimmei even talking about Nanaku, that the Nanaku killer intent is being felt throughout the crowd, including his friend too, even before it's shown. And that nigga said, what? Whilst your blood spills, his instincts overflows. More. You guys, we gotta stop this. Come on. Too damn late. Behold, Nanaku, the blood frenzied hunter. And he screeches out, bro, yeah, that's your high. That nigga going crazy. Nanaku, talent, blood frenzy. The scent of human or Kimyo blood causes Nanaku to undergo an uncomfortable physical transformation. Nanaku then enters, making him hunter state, making him a proficient killing machine. Talent, state, and shift. So it's a state talent because he has to ingest the blood, but it's a shift talent because he takes the aspects of a shark, reflecting animalia, or animalistic features in general. You gotta be kidding me. And everybody cheering. This nigga got a high top fade. Why does this nigga look like he Lewis' cousin? Who? I never noticed that Nanaku had pupils while he was in frenzy mode. Are you serious, huh? Is there anyone else concerned for the human? Lewis, I don't like this matchup. I don't like the looks of this matchup. Nanaku is a state type user. His blind spot will be a lack of blood. But regardless of shade, the battleground is stained with blood from previous combatants. One of the rarest state types. One of the rarest type of talents. State talents allow the users to enter a state or mode where so long as the user remains in that mode, they are granted access to special abilities. That explains why he looks like a shark from the beginning. And it's crazy that we could tell. Hold on, let me sit up. It's crazy that we could tell that the amount of physical force that Nanaku is displaying is less. This song is fucking me up. That song was fucking me up.
The gold is real, but so is the danger.
Come on, baby.
All right.
That'll do nicely.
All right. So we can tell that even with this jump, that the Nanaku is still producing less force than what Tevin did with just stumping the ground with chi. Going to show that yes, Nanaku is weaker in strength than Tevin, but he has more experience in fighting in state mode than reinforcing his strength with chi. And that small little distinct detail is why he was matched up with Shay. Because he's more of a physical fighter because he's hunting rather than a Kimyo who uses chi to express their abilities further. He evolved before the match even started. Big up, big up. And Shay's still able to compete with Naku's strength through speed. Grand. Prey are always quick on their feet. I smell blood everywhere, Kimyo, and now human? Ha ha ha. And now that kind of makes me wonder if human blood from Nanaku is a lot more potent than Kimyo blood. Last chance. We end this here. Suplex. And keep in mind, Shay's lifting this man up with 2 cracked collarbones. Incredible strength on this kid. He tries to make him land on his neck. That way that shot can go straight to his brain. He can try to knock him out one field counter grab. But he got too much muscle in his neck, so it's going to reduce the amount. It's going to absorb some of the shock from that blow. It's not going to put him down. Does not nature show you, Shay Hart? That prey are never the victors. He grabs his arm and punches his face. So he grabs his arm and rolls over and uses that momentum to carry him and punch Shay in the face. And everybody is looking down. What will you do now, Shay? Are you satisfied? This is the product of your years of delusion. Look at this. You make mockery of my skill. One thing that this just reminds me of, when he said that Shay looks familiar, I forget that Rokash knows May and Sabito Hart. He hears his last name. And even if he doesn't remember his initial reaction or interaction with them, there's him seeing his face from that initial interaction. And also, him knowing Sabito and May really makes him pay a lot more attention to Shay's fight rather than Tevin, all being that Shay's a human. And Tevin had a lot more of an impressive showcase. Let his blood be on your hands. I will kill every single Kimyo. I will kill every single human arrogant enough to enter Kimyo tournaments. And then he punches him. Power cannot be fake. You either possess it or you don't. However, for those who do, the line between mediocre and immense power is drawn with the blood of those who disregard the absolute gap. Wait, nigga, I've never noticed. This nigga quoted Rokash. Nanaku quoted Rokash. So an animalistic hide user quoted another animalistic hide user. And you see the quotation marks, meaning this is not the word that he chose to say. These are Rokash's words. To drive the point home for Shay of his insignificance. However, for those who do, the line between mediocre and immense power is drawn with the blood of those who disregard the absolute gap. And the Naku would use that blood to decrease the gap for those with mediocre power and absolute power. Meaning that the Naku is mediocre and he wants to use the blood of stronger people to decrease that gap in between himself and those stronger Kimyo. So maybe that's Nanaku's dream. Stop the fight. Watch your friend die. Do you hear that, silence, kid? I will use your corpse as a stepping stone as I paint this floor with your blood. But rejoice. I am known for my compassionate heart. I shall be merciful in granting you a swift death. The Anery. Hey, open the gate. Stop the damn fight. I have decided, Shay Hart. Your head shall be mounted upon my wall. To think I was wondering, you may be related to the legend. The legend. The legend as Hart. But you are merely a disappointment. Cursed to carry his name. And then the Naku mouth opens. Is this where I die? Ordeal. Cheat. An Anery forced emitted by the Kimyo race. Used to manifest abilities. Okay, that was a fire chapter. The legend. quote unquote lying. Let me go back. The editors sat on their hands. It's hilarious. A Legend is crazy though, okay. Is this where I die? I can't stop now. Not yet. Not ever. And then Reread is just surrounded by flames. That should have killed the Naku off the get-go. Shoot, impossible. If it's meant for him to survive that, the Naku had to reinforce himself with flames. I mean, himself with chi. The barrier won't hold much longer. Lewis, the crowd, damn it. Chichioya no Hai. Lewis Hemlock. Chichioya no Hai, Ashes of the Father, talent, rage control. What? He stopped the flames? Huh? And we got Azam moving people out the way. Azam Ali. Talent. Haste. Wait. So Azam, that last name is Ali. It's not Aziz. Bro, who is this man? Azam Aziz. Azam Aziz. Azam Aziz. Who is this Azam Ali? Who is this fraud? Hold on. Who is this fraud? Who is this Azam Ali? Who is this fraud? Where y'all find this nigga at? It was changed or odd? Odd. And then we see, shoot, and we see actually in this moment, Tevin is getting affected by Shade's flame. So this could be the moment where Tevin High actually adapts to fire. You guys seen this? Those flames are just like masters. So he's hiding behind some rubble. So it's not chi. It's not chi. So he just literally hid behind some rubble. Okay. You damn liar. You registered for this competition as a human. You deceiver. You said you had no talent. You mocked me then, and you mock me now? I will devour you limb and rip you limb from limb. And then he gets scared. He makes his pupils disappear. But if you notice, this posture that he has in the pupils of the Naku is the same posture that he has when Kanehime is looking towards the future at Shay. And he's standing up. And she talks about the position that he's in. Going to show that the ideal that Shay is expressing in this point is reminiscent or reflective of Shay's ideals and the way he goes about handling things in the future. Judge, jury, and executioner. And he looks at his hand. What? I feel no pain. Am I alive? What is this power? Impossible. I feel reborn. You little bastard! I'm not amused by whatever gimmick this is. I tasted your blood, and it was human. This power that you now flaunt changes nothing. Shay Hart, I'm gonna kill you slow, boy. I'm here. I was watching the fight from the cafe. What's with those flames? Dropped a piece of Shay. I wonder. Get out of there, Nanaku! Run, you idiot! When you burn? Sir, Rokash, shouldn't you stop the fight? Your guests, shouldn't you stop the fight? Your guests, they are not safe. Those flames are similar to the war hero Leo. And he cracks the chair. Shay, don't do it! Will your flesh turn to ash? Hold on. When you burn, will your flesh turn to ash? Die! You first. Ordeal. Cyan Tagari and Ethan LeBlanc. The Ennery. The Leogend. That's a fire chapter. And so now we're going to be on the last chapter that we're doing for this set of reactions. What I'm going to do for the reaction is when the chapter that we do is going to vary on the events that take place. So this was going to cover Secession, Pride and Secession. The next one, which covers the tournament and the secession of Shay. The next one is going to be about the past and the new threat, which is probably going to be about 16-ish episodes. So that way we're going to cover the Leo's past moments, and we're going to cover all the way up to where Zahara is introduced, where Noragiri is introduced. And we'll probably call that I'm thinking like something akin to like Curses of the Past, or Scars for the War to Come, something like that. And then the third part is probably going to be the rest of season 1. And cover that entire part up until the death of Rokash. And then we'll just do the Leo chapter as a bonus. And then we'll start season 2. So that should be 3 weeks of us doing these reactions or this read through. It's crazy how I'm on chapter 10, but my thing says 8. So we just finished 9. We're on 10 now. See? I gotta be a Leogend. I gotta have the Ennery. Okay. And then we see him get smoked. Dragon Ball Z Impact Frame. Ilios, the Phoenix Flame. The user enters Ilios state, called the Sunfire talent. This is one of the original Great 4 talents. Through all of this, I should have seen the red flags. Okay. Through all of this, in this feature Tavern dialogue, I should have seen the red flags. Painted red with the blood you would soon shed. And it's crazy how he says painted red. He's talking about the flesh that Shay has. His meat being exposed. Crazy. Pause. But how could I have known? A comrade, a brother, by bond, my best friend. This was the day you took your first step over the edge. I should have reached out to you even harder. I'm sorry, Shay. Hey man, this nigga made catfish nuggets. To this day, I still wish I could have saved you. He killed them. Back then, I wish I had told you none of it was your fault. Nor was it your burden to bear. But how could I have known that you would have become one of mankind's greatest enemies? Shay. Bro, your wounds, are you alright? I can stand. I'm more confused than anything. My body feels like it was ripped apart and then sewn back together. Yeah, that's what Elio did. He ripped your body apart so he could fix you. He even has the scars that the Naku left on him. But does he have a scar on his chest? Because that'll be the answer where Shay got his chest scar from. What the hell, man? It says, when are we killers? And he gets silent. And then Rokash explodes with chi and excitement. Isn't that Rokash lounge? Think that woke him up? Come on. Ladies and gentles. Genitals. We got Liagen, we got the Anery, now we got genitals. Now we got genitals. Please stay calm. If you notice that Tevin is ready to go into his hide because his eyes is glowing, which means that he's starting to exude chi. I think Rokash may have just had an accident. Shay, right? Leo's best. Wait, the old man gave you his talent? I dare you to speak his name. I remember the both of you, the furious wolf cubs at your master's side. He chose you. Leo Thomas, you are way too good, old man. In your death, you still managed to create a successor? This weak human, Shay? You bring Leo's talent into this world again. No matter. I'll kill you as easy as I killed your master. Leo? He murdered him. War hero Leo. Rokash, you idiot. Got him. You come to avenge Papa? If I erase you, I erase his legacy. You plan to win? Then do that. Bring me to justice. I'm amused. Brilliant move, boss. You just confessed on live TV. Huh? Looks over. Looks at the camera. Rokash! Inspector Ian Anthony Hoff. And you see, he even has a Kimyo on his side. What I would like is if this Kimyo in particular, because of her aesthetic, if she was related to, what is her name? She has the Indomitable. Not Indomitable. That's a belly button. She has the, she's in Leo's flashback. The one with the grenades on the axe. Beaver teeth forever. It's funny. That's crazy. Shout out to Beaver teeth, man. Lead Inspector of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Is this a joke, Rokash? You hired us to secure this event. while you stand the culprit we have been searching for. You murder Leo Thomas, throw a party to celebrate, and then have us guard you? We can't kill cops. They're still filming. Kimyo Rokaz Rappersad, you are under arrest. Janelia Honore, step away from your boss now. Just stand behind me. Kimyo Janelle Honore, this is your final warning. Step away from Rokaz now. I'll see you again, kid. But even with your precious war heroes, blood. Even with your precious war heroes' blood, you are still nothing. No more warnings. And they upped on his ass. Took that shit off safety. Everybody. Both of you stand down or we will fire. I bet you will. And he activates his talent to deflect the bullets. Janelle Honore. Achilles, yeah. It'll be fire if she not necessarily has her talent, but if she is related to her, like that's like her grandmother or something like that. Because then that will also show that although humans are producing Kimyos with talents, it'll also reflect that Kimyos are also producing humans without going in. Wow. But also so that Kimyos are producing humans even without a talent or anything of that nature. So although it may produce a human, what like Yukiko, she was still given a talent nonetheless. So it kind of devoids that. But in a case like this, what if the lady who had the Achilles talent, her daughter was a Kimyo, but her daughter's daughter was a human, and that human joined the police force and now is running with Ian. And this would give a backstory to an insignificant character and tie her to another insignificant character to give a family line for these smaller characters. And her having a mother who, a grandmother who essentially was associated with the Kane War would give her motive to join the police or a peacekeeping force in the new world for her generation to at least adhere to what her grandmother would have. I mean, it would make sense if Johan was a human heart clan member. That nigga Johan's trash. I'm not gonna lie to you. Alright. I bet you will. Rokash. He noticed that Shay said, she noticed that Shay said something. Turns the camera over. No, that nigga got an Adam's apple. He notices that Shay said something. Turning the camera to him. I would pray that the system finds you before we do. You cut short the life of the man who raised us. What made you think life would go on? You made your final mistake. Run, Rokash, Rapper said. If you slay a wolf, be sure to kill his cubs too. 4. We will chase you to the grave. And we see all of them. And if you notice, they're all in the same battle position with Tevin taking up Shay's back. Azam is part of the frontal assault. Anton is essentially working as a mediator in between the two frontal assault Kimyo, Shay, and Azam to ensure that they don't get hit too bad. Tevin does the same thing that Anton does while essentially Lewis runs point and mediates. So he covers what Anton can't cover. He produces offense, but also he defends everyone as well. So I like that being represented by what position they're in this panel, but they keep that same positioning in battle with Rokash to show that they were ready for battle in this moment here. 4 months later, Rokash has been hiding all this time, constantly on the run from the authorities. this skin technique, the sun kiss that Shay has on him, this is going to be the same color technique that Brent is using in season 4. And I like how we see that Brent has that same skill in season 3. Even the bags under Shay's eye, we see Shay hasn't really been sleeping like that. And we see that color palette change with the transition from the sun kiss to the dark bags, which has like red and purple being interwoven into the color palette to show that Shay always had this attitude to overthink and neglect his own health as well, but also showing that Brent always had skill to be able to do it, but because of how important this panel is, he uses it here, but he doesn't often use it. Fire. After his brilliant and elaborate outburst, the world now knows the killer of one of its heroes. People now live in fear of Kimyos again. After a high-profile fighter uses his talent outside an authorized venue, killing a civilian, you'll live in fear too. As we look at the current Kimyo ban in effects, what are the repercussions? What's the current state of Kimyos? And this is clearly one of the things, this is essentially our first case of politics and ordeal. What I would like is if she will be the Kimyo that was out there during the Able compound, because she kind of looks like her a little bit. But what if she was the Kimyo at the Able compound when Shay nuked everybody? And that would give more credence to the politics in regards to the news broadcast networks that we see, so that way we can trust the information provided to us by them to further escalate or deepen the political situation that we have for the 3 factions, whether it's Ronin, K.O.D.E, or Thanatos in the future, or in the present, I should say. The total ban of the use of talents in public arenas has left many wondering how far will this go. Is our plan past hunting? How far will this go? Is our past return to hunt us? The rules were put in place to remove the fear humans had when walking the same street as Kimyos after the war, going to show that same ridicule from the previous generations or earlier in history is still being faced now. So what we have with Kimyos isn't what we think we have. It's not true peace. It's a false sense of peace. And you wouldn't really take that into account until after you read the story, at least once beforehand, and it has to have season 3. So that's more of a recent thing, a recent take you can have, right? And the service Kimyos who work alongside the authorities are highly praised in an attempt to foster integration. As a result, Kimyos discrimination attacks have risen, meaning Kimyos are getting attacked by humans. Racism is essentially afoot again. Vigilante crime has also increased. Local businesses also refusing to serve non-human customers. Leo Thomas' murderer, the now infamous Rokas Rampersad, a former disciple of Leo, is still at large. Head Chancellor Abel Legoslav is in press conference stated the fate of Kimyos in this country is hanging by a thread, and I'm unsure of what awaits them at the bottom. And if you pay attention to the dialogue, Abel does not include the Kimyos as a part of the citizenship. He includes them as an entity of themselves, and that them being accepted in this case is just a thin thread. And this one incident doesn't discount it. This one incident essentially discredits the years of peace that we have with these Kimyos up until this point. And so when he says he is unsure of what waits them at the bottom, he's essentially saying that he's not attempting to save these Kimyos. If anything, he's leaving them to their fate, which also you can use that to say this was our first hint to Abel being a member of Thanatos' army. I should find Shay. Talent list. And I say that's where we're going to end this. Because episode 11 to episode 26. So 15 chapters is going to be the next part. And 10 chapters is this part. So anyway, this is really all I got for this read through for Ordeal. We've been here 4.5 hours. So what I'm going to do is, I don't know, I'm probably going to put you guys at the starting student screen or end the screen. I haven't decided if I wanted to game on this particular video. We may just keep this reaction just a reaction, and whatever else we did, or not reaction, but we read through, just the fourth read through part, and whatever else we do, we probably just gonna do on the gaming channel. Or if you guys would like, I can still keep this the same, or we can start our perception stream and do some gaming there. So it's up to you guys. So in the meantime, I'm just gonna leave you with that to think about. You feel me? So hold on. I said that would be perfect right there. And then I want to hear my theme song too. I want to hear the Space Cadet theme song too. You feel me? The Wolf Hour theme song too. So I'm gonna play it in my ear, but I haven't played it in y'all ear. Keep it separate. So should we go on the other channel? How do you like the format for the reading? Because we've all read the story multiple times, and I want to give some type of value to us re-experiencing the story. And did you get anything out of it, Kleps? Did you enjoy it? Was it informative? Is there some things you didn't really think about? Is there some interesting topics I said or I spoke on? And if so, just let me know what it is. So in the meantime, clap if you're in my Discord. I'm gonna hop in the Smokers Corner. So pull up over there and chop it over real quick, because I got the video idea. No, I can hop in the Ordeal Discord for a bit. I'll probably be up in for like, wait for like 5-10 minutes. But in the meantime, I'm about to be setting up for my other stream on my other channel. The format, and this was putting another different lens on the story, because with this, from your style of analyzing, I didn't consider the various niche things Quill bustified. But oh yeah, so you like the Quill analysis? I bet. I'm glad you enjoyed this format. I'm in the general chat in the Ordeal Discord. So, alright, appreciate you guys. I got some things to discuss with Kleps in private, PM me in regards to what I'm going to do next. I haven't made it official yet, so I haven't did any announcement for it. But once I do it, once I come up with the design officially for it, then I'll be announcing it. And it's not going to be the typical way I format things. I'm going to format it differently, because I'm going to increase the way I do content, not increase. I wanted to give myself a certain restriction in order to allow my creativity. Or even the whole thing about cheese down. I compare it down to the cast. Oh yeah, okay. So you like the format that I just saying. It's just, those just be the things that I'll be thinking about, you feel me? It's just, I don't really break it down the way I'm supposed to break it down, you feel me? So, if you like that, you feel me? But I'm glad that I'm able to add value to the community through the way that the series produces. This nigga Clef. How the fuck does Clef catch me at the time? Alright, so we're going to end this stream. I hope you guys enjoy your day, night, or evening, whenever you're viewing this space that. It's neither other Cosmic Armada, Nara, and Librarian Control. Alright, guys. Mr. Captain.